Oh, cool. The interface has it, so that I can't really mess with the volume controls. Thanks, computer. Let's get that adjusted there and then do that, and hope that it's not too loud. Nope, that is not the button that I wanted pressed.
Up a little bit. Take a shot left and right here. It is
just checking audio levels here.
Is a threat, but all the while on the other side,
Check.
Milana, there's another
Check.
pretty good charger on the stage.
Okay, so I'm louder than that. Might still be good to turn it down more.
Right
Check.
now, plays for Sayonara, maybe a letter is a name.
Check.
Yeah,
Okay.
maybe a dog.
There we go. All right. Hello, Ane. Ane wins the first war once again. That's 2 in a row. And hello, Soup Chicken and Chell Luna and Havoc-tastic and Osmosis and Raspy and Azashi and that's Havoc-tastic again and Pickle That Drums and the Gregster and Igor and Devi. Yes, we are rating old content later if we don't spend like 4 hours doing this, which I don't know. I've been known to do stuff like that. And hello, PokeFan and Solaris and Jake Groot and Ginger Ailsy. Nearly midnight here, but here for this for the moment. Well, make sure you get your sleep, okay? Don't stay up too late. And plus, the mic is not off. I can see the bar going up. Oh, never mind. Okay. What team are you guys rooting for at PAX? I don't know. Probably Sayo. I like Sayo. And Zizus and that gray hat and it's Vader. Thanks. Yes, I like my T-Tech shirt. And Evan Star and Whistlewind Wolf and Solisaurus. Do you have soup today? I literally just ate some right before the stream started. And Diamond Star, hello. And Dragon Master G. And Hydro Airplane. And K-Bot. Saying hi and to say that, Gem, I have a content idea. I might hit you up. Ooh. Curious. This intrigues me. By the way, K-Bot, while you're here, you wouldn't happen to just have miraculous access to the codes for the Crush Soda Sayonara match, would you? You did. You happened to have them last time, if I remember correctly. You were just like, oh yeah, I've got those. I was like, oh, cool. If you don't, that's cool. Like, we could totally just watch it from the Nintendo broadcast and get a lot of information from that, but figured I might ask. I guess if I were smart, what I would have done is just DM the members of the teams ahead of time and be like, hey, have you played 50 games since that? The answer is probably yes, but, you know, they are top players. They play a lot, but that would have been a smarter thing for me to do if I had, you know, used my brain a little bit more. And hello, Oomph. And Kirby McMonsta. And Half Elf. Those codes don't exist because this was done online. Oh. Interesting. Okay, yeah. That makes sense. Rip. So we're watching this. And hi, Septillion. Hiya, Gmee. And yes, this is a T-Tech shirt. Alright. Really stinks that LAN doesn't have replay. Yeah. It's feels like a little bit of an oversight, but I mean, I guess if you're going to be recording the tournament, you're probably putting it on stream anyway, so yeah. It's expensive to put together a LAN setup. Like, just look at what's out here on the table right now, right? We've got a monitor, we've got a Nintendo Switch, we've got headsets for each individual player, We've got audio mixers for each individual player. That's already a lot of hardware. And if any of that is going to be nice, especially if it's going to be like uniform, that's going to cost. They're also all sitting in gaming chairs. So that's another... this setup on stage, we're talking multiple thousands of dollars. In all likelihood. So that's not an easy thing to put on, and I guess people figure, well, you know, if we're going to put together something that big, we can afford a capture card. So maybe that's the idea. Oh, you were at the event. Cool, Mr. Lamar. Use this same setup for Mario Kart? Yeah. Here's my copium of theoretically all they need is a PC capture card and a spare Switch to record the overheads, but... yeah, you know, overheads would be wonderful. The other thing, though, about adding an extra Switch into that setup is that LAN lag is actually worse than online lag, in my experience from trying to set it up in Splatoon 2. They actually, if I remember correctly, allow fewer spectators in LAN lobbies because they just tend to break so often. So any extra latency is not good for it. And maybe that's different for Splatoon 3. I haven't messed with it for that. But when I set it up, you know, had a LAN switch and had all of the Ethernet adapters plugged into it, it was actually less stable than online. That like you were more likely to get someone to drop out. It wasn't that, you know, the latency in terms of like input lag and like people teleporting and stuff, that was much better. But it was a lot more likely you were going to lose someone. So that was that for that, or was that for wireless? I know wireless is definitely way worse. I don't remember if it was like that for LAN or not. So maybe I'm spreading misinformation on the internet. Oops. But don't know anything about extra latency. Yeah, it's more like stability, I think, is what I should be saying here. Because the latency is definitely better on LAN. But yeah, adding extra switches in at least complicates things a lot more, for sure. So yeah, I've had some bad experiences with that whole network setup. Anyway, having an extra switch in there to record overheads would be wonderful, because then you could get the overhead and actually watch from the bird's eye view instead of whatever the spectator cam decides it wants to look at, or whatever the camera operator decides they want to look at that moment. And it's like, nothing against camera operators, because their job is really freaking hard. Like, you have to have a really good knowledge of the game to know at any given moment where the most interesting place to look is going to be. I tried doing this once for a Valorant tournament. There was someone else who was commentating, but they couldn't both commentate and run the camera at the same time. That's just too much thinking to do. And so my entire job was just to get the camera on the place where something was about to happen. So I had my eyes glued to the minimap so that I could see, okay, there's this person here, and then there's this person about to peek them around the corner. So I need to be into that moment now so that we can see it, and I'd flip over to it. Oh, crap, they got shot already. What else is next? And it kind of jerked back and forth at first because I just wasn't good enough at predicting what was about to happen. It's a lot easier in like a soccer game where you just pan out a certain amount and look at the same square of the field and track the ball and keep the ball as close as you can to the center of the field. Like, their jobs are so much easier up until you get to the point where you want to like zoom in on a player's face. But in a game of Splatoon, you can stay there, but there are things that you'll miss, and there are also things that you'll be too zoomed out to see, and man, it's not the easiest thing. So no blame to them for their work or anything, but an overhead would be really nice for analysis purposes, because then you definitely won't miss the general gist of what's going on. You may miss individual interactions, and it's still nice to be able to see close-ups when you can, and that's what the replay system's good for. But yeah, probably have overheads because Zach had them, so they must exist, but sadly aren't likely to be published. Yeah, okay, it's fine. But anyway. You want an overhead, play a fighting game. Shh. We're gonna ignore that terrible joke. No, you're good. You're good. Let's move on and talk about Sayonara Crush Soda. So context here: Starburst is one other team that's here. Who's the other team? I could just back up and look, but then I'd lose my place. Yeah, screw it. 324-54. What was the match before this? Destiny Bond. Destiny Bond's the other one.
Provide a lot of guidance.
Then on the footstep of the big stage.
All taking goofy bows, I suppose. Here we go. So, Destiny Bond, Sayonara, Destiny Bond, Sayonara, Crush Soda, and Starburst. The format here is you've got two semifinal rounds, which are the way that this will always be seeded is the first seed plays the fourth seed, and then the second seed plays the third seed. Starburst are the first seeds, because of course they are, and from what I have heard, the match that they played against Destiny Bond was not particularly close, and just like a 3-0, and Starburst moved on. And I'm hearing that like generally that was not the most interesting of the matches because it wasn't particularly close. And then we've got Crush Soda versus Sayonara, which was apparently one of the craziest sets you'll ever see, or something like that. I don't know. I don't want to hype it up too much, but apparently this is a really good one. And then I did actually catch the finals. I happened to be streaming Sillycom Sunday while this was going on, so I only saw part of it. But I saw the finals, and it was also not close. Something that you need to know about the competitive scene right now, in case you are not aware, is that Starburst does not lose to North American teams. I'm not saying that Starburst is better than like every North American team. I'm saying more than that. I'm saying they do not lose to them. Even when someone's the best in the region or the world or whatever, they will still often lose from time to time to like number 2 or number 3. That sort of thing happens, but the person who has the most consistent record is generally considered to be number 1. Starburst is beyond that. In North America, Starburst does not lose. They have lost 19 games to other teams in Splatoon 3. Period. Like, I'm not talking matches. I'm not talking like best of 5 sets, best of 3 sets. I'm talking games that they have lost. It's really kind of insane how dominant they are. And they do not lose any one of those games in this tournament here. So there's not a lot that needs to be said about those matches except to look at what Starburst is doing and try to figure it out. And that might be an interesting analytical exercise, but I want to watch something exciting on stream and have something to react to, and that's what we're going to be watching today. I'll probably go and look into the other Starburst stuff a little bit later on, but for now, we're watching the one that was close, the one that was cool. We're watching Crush Soda, which is a team that consists of Wave, Goss, Kyo, and Bert. All of those are, top-level players. Kyo is probably the most famous of the bunch for being, for one thing, one of the individual best players in all of North America for a very long time. Possibly the single best bucket player in the world. That's a possibility out there. I don't know what the top Japanese players landscape looks like, but he's definitely up there in the conversation, probably. And then Bert was, I believe that's Bursty, an old teammate from FT Win and various other. All of the top players have played with each other. It's like a professional sports team. They get traded back and forth. They mix and rematch and everything, but they've played with each other. They've played pickups and stuff. And then Goss and Wave. I vaguely know a little bit about Wave. I'm not super familiar with Goss other than their appearance on Crush Soda here. And then Sayonara has been a team for a very long time, but they've undergone some roster switches recently. There's a lot of flux in who actually is playing for Sayonara. For example, recently, as early as I think it was just before 20XX or maybe at 20XX, but Sayonara used to have Zero. Zero is no longer on that roster. I believe Zero is on. Oh God, I always get confused between these two teams, but I think Zero is on Destiny Bond. And yes, it's Destiny Bond because I know that Zero was there. Yeah. I don't know why I always get confused between Destiny Bond and Graveyard Shift, but I'm like, wait, one of those is European. That's wrong. And then I think there was one other player who also left the team at that time. It might have been Jared. And so now we've got Fuzzy on the team, and also we've got Leafy. Leafy has played for everybody before. And it's like, I don't know if they're like permanently on Sayonara now, or if they've just been floating around and subbing for whoever needs them, but they're always up there at top level. They've played for FT Win, they've played for Sayonara. I want to say they've even subbed in for Starburst when they've needed someone. I might be wrong on that, but they've been everywhere. So Sayonara has been in this kind of restructuring, rebuilding phase for a while. Graveyard Bond. Yeah, thank you. Very helpful. Issa was on the team and then removed for Redacted. Yeah, so. Sayo is disbanding, Sun is quitting, Leafy and Q will be joining Jared to rebuild Jackpot for the 4th time. Yeah, like, Splatoon teams, like I have said, are like middle school relationships. If they last a month, they're doing well for themselves. So that's all been going on. There's this constant state of flux, but one nice thing about that is that you get experience with a lot of different players, and when you want to put together a team, you already have a little bit of synergy going because there are only so many people who play at that level, and you've probably played with some of them before. So there's definitely rebuilding and restructuring that has to go on, but they're going to be faster at doing that and more skilled at doing that because they've done it before. So, K-Bot, if you use that joke, just be warned that I've probably already worn it out. I'm well past the comedy rule of 3s on that one. So, is it normal for people to be on multiple teams at the same time? I don't think that's generally a very good idea, just because the time commitments that it takes to get to a high level of synergy with one team is a lot, especially at top level. Having to do that for 2 teams, it just seems like a prohibitive amount of time that you would need. In theory, it's not a bad plan. It's just like, in practice, you're not going to have enough time in the day to make that sort of thing happen. Lunch tables would be a good substitute. Yeah. Like, there's a lot of drama always going on, and who likes who wants to be on what team, Anyway. Okay, well, they're playing exactly the same team comp. So it's going to be Wave versus .Q on the E-Leaders. Kyo, of course, running the bucket because bucket. Leafy flexing onto the machine. I've seen Leafy on 52. I've seen Leafy on Splash. I've seen Leafy on machine. They're going to be playing a relatively aggressive play style, relatively fast-paced. Going to be playing up there with the frontliners. But generally what I've seen people do is you have the E-Leader, because E-Leader is really good on this map. It can see everything. And then you have somebody whose job it is to harass that E-Leader. So I've seen 52 gals do it. That's how DNA played it. They had like 52 gals just standing under here and shooting straight up with a wall in between them and the leader. And it looks like the game plan here is going to be to have the bucket players doing that while the splashes push the ramp. Because getting a crab in somewhere around this area is really powerful. lets you see up the ramp, but then if there's nobody coming up the ramp, you can also look to mid, and you've got that sight line. If you're able to lock them into the ramp, then the only place they can drop out is here, and if you have someone there watching that, like the bucket, then that becomes really difficult to do, and they've got support from the E-leader. Like, it's a pretty good formation to set up. So that's what I'm guessing is going to happen here. But this is a really short map, and so there's typically a lot of back and forth over the zones like that, especially since the zone is so tiny. You can cap this entire zone with 2 uses of the Tri-Strike. The other one you can throw someplace else. Like, you only need 2 Tri-Strike beacons down in the right places on this zone, and you cap it for your team. Very, very small amount of space that you need to cover with it. So, what's really going to happen here is it's not going to be about, like, who can paint the zone the best, because anyone can do that. The issue is keeping the enemy team off the zone so that they can't be out-painting it, because you're going to be able to summon enough burst paint to be able to paint the whole zone without the other team really able to do anything about that if you're able to get close enough. The trick is getting them so they can't get close enough.
It's interesting, Milana, if the other team has a charger, like an E-leader, and you're a charger, how much are you trying to...
Get ready for the most mind-numbing analytical exercise that you've seen in a while. Get used to these weapons? Oh no. Is it just going to be these same weapons? Oh dear. Do you have C-Jet tips? I've been getting decent... paint a lot. This is about all I know to say about that right now. Don't get shot by E-leaders. That's also important. All right, so we've already got a crab tank. It's we're what, 12 seconds in? Yeah, 12 seconds on the dot. Actually, 11 and a half seconds, we'll say. So that is that's pretty standard. So you get crab tank that, and this is pretty good counterplay from the other team. I mean, obviously there's a crab that is going to demand the other crab's attention. But on top of that, they've got the bucket in the place that I predicted they would be in, sloshing up over the side of this wall to try and prevent this. This is one of the reasons that you pick Machine. It's one of the best counters to Crab and also one of the best helpers of Crab. It's able to attack the enemy crabs. It's able to, get into because Crab is a straight line of sight weapon if it isn't using the Explo shot. And so it's able to abuse that line of sight. So if it wants to fire rapid fire, then the bucket can get close under a ledge or something. Its Booyah Bomb helps counter the crab. So there are definitely some ways that this weapon can play against it. And, if the crab's greatest threat is another crab, then it is also helpful to have a machine on your team so it can counter the enemy crab.
Since both teams have E-leader players as
So Leafy now trying to push up in front, and a little bit of, Leafy I have often said is a hyper-aggressive player who is able to make plays work that are on paper not even a good idea because Leafy is just cracked. But against the very, very best players on Earth, I feel like that can be something that holds them back a little bit sometimes because they go for something a little bit over-aggressive. Here, the crab is just able to take them out because they're trying to push around an angle before they're able to really check it too much. Booyah Bomb goes out, takes out Sun in the crab, and that is, again, one of those ways that the bucket will counter the crab tank. And now Crush Soda going to be able to move out on the map. Leafy is already on a flank. Let's see if anything can happen there. Off screen, we see two players going down here as Crush Soda are moving up. Leafy's probably in a little bit of trouble and calling for help, and yeah, Q tries to rotate over, but it's too late. So now Q is the furthest player forward. They're just going to try and see if they can get a pick to accelerate the team's ability to get back into the middle of the map here. But great pick by Kyo over the top, taking out Leafy. And this is a spot where, like, you don't always anticipate the machine even being able to reach. But Kyo's just, like, really good at this video game and knows that works. And I can't imagine that other people don't either, but it's hard to see, We can see that Kyo's name is right there. if you're rolling out in a solo queue match, are you expecting a machine to come to hit over the top of this wall right here? I wouldn't be.
Players are going to do. The sloshing machines also have similar assignments in terms of hitting at that spot to make sure that crabs can't fire at the zone for free.
Double crab is going to be able to shred Bursty's crab here, and that's going to give them the slight ability to move up. Like they're not going to be able to just like walk forward and take space. We've got Kyo sharking here. We've got to be careful about how we go about this so we don't get sharked and traded back, and we do get sharked and traded back, just like that. Oh, but good shot from .Q there. Save it, getting that trade back and keeping the numbers advantage for Sayo. Goss gets just a little bit too aggressive there, especially given that they don't have numbers advantage at this point. They're kind of stuck out in the middle there. So Sun and .Q able to hold it down. And, oh, Kyo ends up going down someplace else. So that means that Sayo is definitely going to get lead here.
Sayonara has taken the lead, so they get back into this one. You see them under 50 with over
All right,
3 minutes left to
Bursty
play.
has a crab ready.
Knockout. Lots of time left on the clock. Here comes the crab busting out for Crush Soda.
And
That zone is still in possession.
double crab takes the zone, which is like, we got the cap, but this is a big investment of specials to be able to get this much space. And if Sayo can weather this well enough, they're going to have a crab to push back in with. They've already taken out Wave. So I have a feeling that Crush Soda does not get lead back off of this or even get through their penalty. As soon as that crab tank goes down, yeah, here comes Fuzzy's crab. And they need to be pushing in with this. They get one, they get two, perfect, yeah. That's exactly what I figured was going to happen. They just had to exert too many resources on the zone just to flip it. And they weren't going to be able to hold with what they had there. Ooh, and Leafy starting to scare Wave here a little bit. Man, look at how safe this position is for the leader. Just how many things they can see from here. Safe except against another leader. Good shot. Good shot. Have I mentioned that .Q is cracked? Because she's cool. She shoots the gun good. Oh, and the crab comes out right away, which is going to be an immediate target of the Booyah Bomb. They're going to be able to paint with it, but that's pretty much all this crab is going to do. In fact, who goes down there? It's not Wave, Kyo, or Bert. So it had to be Goss. Oh, it's down here on the bottom end of the screen, I guess. We lost both of our splashes. So Sayo looking pretty good right now. Okay. Yeah, Sun playing really well there. And they're going to have a crab tank ready to go so that as soon as they start getting pressured, they're going to be able to push that pressure back. So this gives a very tight window for Crush Soda to be able to get back out on the zone. They do have time, but they don't have a lot of it. And Sayo is going to get really close to KOing before anything happens here. Thank you so much for the raid, Flamin' Hot Fledge. And welcome to all of you raiders. This is a very weird comp? Wait, Nightbot? Oh, this is fake Nightbot. I mean, 2 long-ranged weapons worth 2 short-ranged? This is a very standard comp for this map. This is something that, like, the vast majority of top teams are going to be pretty close to this, at the very least. It depends on, what weapons they play, but the top-level teams we've seen have looked very uniformly like this. Is wearing empty gear part of the tournament rules? Probably. Nintendo is weirdly... They are weirdly sticklers about that. It doesn't make any sense to me because these are top players. Like, they play enough hours that they can have whatever gear they want. They're going to have the sea snails. They're going to have the money. They're going to have the time to grind all of the gear out. Like, it's not keeping anybody from playing the way they want to. But this is a Nintendo rule that has been in a lot of tournaments that they run. So it's whatever. Anyway. Why E-Leader instead of ZNF Charger? Wave... I know Wavebreaker is going to be very strong. Tri-Strike, I feel, is also pretty strong here, but the big reason is probably just range. That would be my guess. I'm not a backliner, so I couldn't say exactly what it is, but I'm thinking that the range to be able to stand as far back as possible and see out as far as possible is going to be more valuable than the wall and having to get closer. That'd be my thinking.
You've got to make one last desperate plea for the zone.
And that play by Sun might have secured the win for Sayonara. And here it is.
All right. So they've got a couple of specials out. They're dedicating a lot of those specials to painting the zone. They're trying to get burst paint on the zone. And the problem with that is that they don't have anybody down on the other team, and so that's going to get painted through here, and they didn't have anyone forward enough that they were going to be able to control the back of the zone. Now, what Goss is doing here might actually work for them, because even though the Crab Tank is probably going to paint a little bit less on the zone than the Splash will, like, some of the Crab Tank's paint is going to get spread far in front of the zone where it's not as needed. What it is going to do is it's going to clear the members of Sayonara away from the back of the zone so that they're going to have more trouble painting it. So they might be able to cap for that. You can see, like, .Q tried to get close enough to be able to paint it. .Q goes down. Fuzzy tries to get in and try and paint it or get on top of the crab or something. Fuzzy goes down. So, oh, but they just don't get the paint on the zone anyway. What happens up top there? Like, why do we lose Wave? Oh, yeah, Wave drops down and dies. So at this point, Sayo is just making the crab focus on splatting them instead of painting, and they don't have anybody else to get on the zone. Yeah. Turning to take that fight was definitely not the play at the end there, and not that it's going to make any difference at that point, but you got to go after the zone at the end. If you're at least getting it neutral, that might buy even a second more that lets your team stay in the game. But at that point, you know, 3v1, I don't think any outcome was going to be in Crush Soda's favor. Sayo looking relatively dominant there. Like, that wasn't super close for game one. That felt like Sayo was confidently in the lead. They were getting more out of their resources, and Crush Soda was having to use more resources to get less. So, just checking chat real quick. Yeah, the forcing empty gear is very weird to me, because it just changes the game in a way that it's not changed online. I don't get it. Doesn't really don't think they could use their own systems. Huh. Why not? I guess it makes sense if they can't use their own systems. Because if that's the idea here, then, like, are they really worried about cheating or something that much? Like, what's the prize? Like a backpack? Like, this is... It's a big deal for the players, but also, like, is someone really going to try and bring a jailbroken Switch into a Nintendo event like that? That's just not what we're about. Yeah, I couldn't imagine why that would be the way that it is. But, okay. They swapped for Tri-Slosher. Interesting. This is Kyo. Kyo played Tri-Slosher for years in Splatoon 2. He is, again, like, in the conversation for best bucket player on Earth. Even if this weapon is even slightly suboptimal, it's still probably in Kyo's best interest to play it because he's so freaking good at it. And I think that, like, that there is definitely a case for this weapon to see use, especially in any place you want a tacticooler. Because Fizzy Bomb plus Tri-Slosher is very interesting. So anyone who's able to use the Tri-Slosher, they're going to get a lot of benefit out of that kit. But it's probably not going to be one of the more popular choices among top-level players. Like, I don't think anybody is going to... who's really trying to play what's optimal, they're probably not going to just flex onto a Tri-Slosher most of the time. There are a few maps where you might. Like, I think we see that in Flounder Heights sometimes. But it definitely has a niche. Like, it has stuff it can do. But we also see a slight deviation on Sayonara in that Q's going to play a charger whenever she can. Because that's the main weapon there. So, kind of a similar thing. But machine, splash, splash, very common, very standard, makes a lot of sense. Even if someone hacked in good gear, as long as it functions the way it's supposed to and is possible in game, I don't see the big problem. Nintendo sees a problem with that. There is a long history of Nintendo being very brutal to just make sure that they protect their IP to the point that any modifications that anybody makes to their games, they try to ensure that people are not advertising those, people are not making money off of those in any way, that people are not distributing those, that people are not like aware that they exist. And it goes back to a moment in the company's history where they almost actually lost some of their IP. I think it was Donkey Kong. They almost got... They were getting sued by, I want to say it was Universal Studios, who were claiming that they owned the license to King Kong, claiming that Donkey Kong was an infringement on that IP. And they only actually ended up getting away with it because the courts determined that Universal Studios didn't own King Kong either. And so that they didn't have a claim to that. And in fact, the character Kirby is named after the lawyer who got them through that case, because they were so thankful for that, because that was such a huge thing that they needed to protect for themselves. And like there is some merit to it in the sense that being one of the more profitable companies on the planet, if anyone were able to make a copyright claim to get, any amount of money from owning what it is that Nintendo made in the first place, for whatever reason they can claim, that they'd become very rich. And Nintendo has this really heavily vested interest in protecting that stuff. So they're going to make sure that, it's protected as much as they can. But I don't know, man. Situations like that have not cropped up with other very large media franchises that allow for modding, allow for that sort of thing. Nintendo's maybe on a bigger scale. They're more comparable to Disney than they are to a lot of other video game publishers, but I don't know. I think that they're a little bit behind the times on that sort of thing. I'm not a lawyer, so I can't really comment on that in an intelligent way, but it seems like a stretch when there are so many other companies that are more lax about it than Nintendo are, and still haven't had their IPs completely stolen from them or anything like that. So, anyway, that's a whole conversation that I did mention. If I get off on enough tangents, then we might not end up actually finishing all of this. So, here we are, off to a great start. Game 2, let's get started into this.
And I mean, again, I didn't think that we would see two players bring this out here, but once again, the Tri-Slosher Nouveau. And again, we saw what Brand can do.
Okay, so good combination of chip damage there from Goss and Kyo to win the 2v1 versus Leafy. Just goes back to the old saying, good players win 1v1s, better players win 2v1s. They're making sure that they're isolating players, that, this player I'm up against might be cracked. Everyone we're going to play against here is cracked, but 2 cracked players is always going to beat 1 cracked player. They found a way to fight 1 cracked player twice, and they won both 2v1s. So with that advantage, they're going to be getting onto the tower. Might be a little bit of a miscommunication there about how they were planning on moving up. Oh, wait, that's not Kyo. That's, shoot, who, Wave on the, yeah, okay, Wave on the machine. And Kyo is on the tri-bucket. One aspect of Kyo's kit with the Tacticooler is that he's going to be able to use that selfishly to just run in and feed, because if he runs in and dies, it doesn't matter as much because he has Tacticooler. So even if he runs in and gets a 1-for-1 trade, that trade actually goes in his favor if he's got the Tacticooler buff. Which is great for a Tri-Slosher because it's one of the weapons that's more guaranteed than most other weapons to be able to trade if they get close enough to someone. There are very few weapons that just like don't get traded by the Tri-Slosher if they try to put up a DPS check against each other. So if Kyo's able to get 1 and trade with Tacticooler, in his advantage. If he's able to get 2 and then he still just respawns in 3 seconds, that's an insane advantage that he's just won his team.
They certainly are, and
And Kyo's really good at getting 2.
They are holding on to the area around the tower quite well.
But so far, Crush Soda have been held off the tower right now. I don't like this particular camera angle because everything that's important to see on the defensive side is up higher than the screen. Like, no defense is ever going to take place of this checkpoint from, like, the ground down here. It's always going to be, like, something from up on the plat, over the wall, maybe from here, and we just can't see that very well from this camera angle.
They certainly are, and you know.
There's a fight that happens over here. Kyo and Leafy end up trading.
On the tower, they are holding on.
Crush Soda is able to get 1 back, but the numbers advantage just isn't in their favor, and they're gonna have to back off from this. So Tri-Strike goes out to try and flush out the right stacks. Right stacks right there, this is a position where we see a lot of teams try to set up jumps back in. You'd get someone back here, and as soon as the players, on the tower go down, someone will retreat behind here and give jumps, and it's really dangerous to try and push this without knowing what's down there. And that makes it really easy for the team that's trying to regain control to get people into mid before the enemy team can do anything about it. We saw Starburst doing this a lot back a while ago when we watched them playing on this map mode. It just always felt like that you could never push into mid because Starburst still always had control of mid even if you got them 2 down.
Is just so good. The kit is so good. It has a splash wall to protect for, against a team like Crush Soda that has a lot of aggressive players. And that Tri-Strike,
Great pick there from Goss. Good Shark to be able to catch .Q aiming at something else and then go in. And they're able to follow up with some support from someplace else to get Sun here, which is great. And now they're going to crab in a place where they're just going to get shot as soon as they try to crab. So that's a low ground crab. Typically with crab, you want to be using that from a position where they can't get an angle on you. It's harder for them to hit the rider. That headshot's not easy. Goss already got 2 there, so I mean, not a bad play in the long run, but it's going to hurt the longevity of the push. They probably get checkpoint and then get forced back.
Make their way through checkpoint number 1, but all of a sudden Sayonara comes roaring back on the defense of it thanks to the crab and fuzzy.
Yep, great job there. Again, losing that first checkpoint, it's an inevitability on this map.
Okay.
One time, you're going to lose it here, so to not give up...
Not a lot going on right now. Everyone's just farming for specials because we know it's neutral and nobody has any advantages to push.
They really don't have...
There goes a crab for Sayo. And they're trying to pick Wave out here, but Leafy can't quite find the shots before Goss is able to rotate over. Good play from Goss, good recognition. Goss is playing really well on the right-hand side, getting a lot of value. Like, they've been getting some good sharks over here. They've been rotating into strong positions to be able to get players. They've just been in the right place at the right time. And so that's letting Crush Soda really get a good handle on the game so far. it's... And thank you so much for the raid, Neku. Welcome, welcome. We're analyzing Crush Soda versus Sayonara from the Splatoon 3 North American Championships that were just run by Nintendo at PAX East this weekend. I think it was Sunday. So the test here is, can Crush Soda actually get into the enemy base deep enough that the enemy team can't contest the tower? You need to play tower Inkblot extremely aggressively. Like, you need to have space way in front of the tower for the tower to be safe to move forward, because there's high ground all around the tower path the entire way through. If you let the defenders get close to the tower, they've got high ground over you, and that's usually an advantageous position for them, for a lot of weapons. So it's really, you know, they can just like swim out and jump onto the tower if they want to. They don't even have to swim up to the tower and climb it. They can just hop on from a number of places, especially at second checkpoint. So it's not easy to hold the base enough that you can get the tower through, especially at that second checkpoint. But once you get through that second checkpoint, the points just melt off. Once you clear second checkpoint, that's like, okay, it's time to go for our game-winning push. That's when you know that that's happening, because the second checkpoint is really hard to clear, but once you clear it, the tower basically has cover from a lot of the places the defenders can shoot at it from for another like 30 points. And it's at that point that you're just in a sprint for who can get it the furthest. In order to facilitate that push, you need people like up on their high ground just to get it through that second checkpoint. You want people literally getting into the enemy spawn if you can help it, to be able to keep them back from stopping this. If you see, you know, a really good team against a slightly less good team on this map, it's going to snowball out of control like that as soon as they get through second checkpoint. But getting there is the hard part, and that's where the game is won and lost. If they both end up getting through second checkpoint, then it's just a crazy, like, really intense sprint to get those last few points. And that can be really, really exciting. And that's one of the things I really like about this map mode. But we got to clear that second checkpoint first. So we're setting up in the places where we need to be. This is one of the best places to put a crab on this map, because you can control anyone trying to come out from this left side over here. You can control anybody who's trying to go down this ramp and then jump across onto here, which is another great way to get to this high ground. And you're also able to get an angle if you scuttle a little bit to the right on this angle right here. That's all of the ways that you can approach the tower, unless you're trying to drop all the way out here, come all the way back through mid, and come around the ramp behind, which is prohibitively slow. So very powerful position, because it controls everything that you need to be able to control with, you know, within easy shooting distance. Here comes the crab, and in response to the predictable position where they were going to put the crab, we've already got tri-strikes being launched on them. They were probably just looking at the top of the screen, seeing this, and being like, okay, it's time, and launching it then. They go in, they trade 1-for-1 with the crab, which honestly worth, because now we don't have a crab in that position, and that's going to enable us to move down onto here quickly. But Crush Soda is already pretty close to this checkpoint, so it's going to be on Sayonara to get there quick to be able to stop it. It looks like they're not even going to try. Sun is just getting up there in a 1v1 versus a crab, so Fuzzy's just like, I don't think I can hold this. I'm going to try, and because you can see that Fuzzy is very close to Crab Tank, so Fuzzy's probably like, okay, the better thing for me to do than to run forward, lose my crab charge, and stagger is to back up and get special charge so that I can use the crab to counter their push and stop it now that they're past the second checkpoint anyway. At this point, you just need to stop. You just need to get the tower to stop moving. And then you can start rotating, you know, your reinforcements in. Great pick from Leafy. That's going to be crucial for getting control of this back, although nobody went in with her there, so this is still a disadvantage for Sayonara. I didn't see what happened. What happened with Fuzzy's crab there? Oh, Fuzzy went down. Fuzzy pops crab right there, and then immediately goes down. Oh man, that's a huge pick for Crush Soda, because that means that there's no crab in their way there.
It's going to be
And this is, all, like,
There's no
it's
sign of
such a treacherous place to try and drop into
sitting.
if you're on the defensive side. Because, like, look at what you can see. Let's get the particle effects out of the way. Look at what you can see from this position. You can't see all the way behind this. You can't see all the way under this ledge. There could be someone sharking under this wall, under this wall. There could be someone behind here. You can't see any of that. And those are all really good sharking spots if you're on the offensive team trying to push up and get control of this area to prevent them from getting this high ground position over the tower. Because, like, let's say Leafy's just allowed to move unobstructed onto this high ground here. Leafy can slosh over the tower and completely clear it, and it's really difficult for them to do anything about that, because Leafy can just back up if they ever need cover from what's being shot at them from the tower. But now the tower is looking sideways, someone else can push in from this angle, and the tower's in a lot of trouble. So that's why it's so important to control this, but the game gives you so many ways to control it if you can get sharking weapons in there, and that's exactly what Leafy falls prey to here. Like, at this point, you know, Leafy spots Kyo just, like, for a couple frames down there below the ledge. You know, I wouldn't blame you for not having seen it even just now.
Going to be
And then just dropping down here, Goss, first of all, already knows that Leafy got Kyo because Kyo is on comms with them. But now, you know, Kyo's going to be yelling, they drop, go, go, go. And Goss can just immediately dive on them. Crosses them up so that now Leafy has to turn and look the opposite direction because Leafy's like, oh, there's someone here. Wait, no, they're over here now. Really well played by Goss.
Going down after getting a splat on Kyo. That's Goss helping out. Checkpoint at 18 and just steps away.
Oh, and Goss gets a clutch crab right there to keep them safe from Fuzzy. They're not even worried about Fuzzy. They know Kyo's got them. They're shooting at somebody else to keep the tower safe.
Probably some of the hardest 15 points.
Here comes the Booyah Bomb. Jordan Kent is saying this is probably some of the hardest 15 points they'll get. I don't know about that one because they've got a crab tank. They've got a Booyah Bomb that cleared this out. They've got a numbers advantage. This is probably a KO. Yeah. Yeah, that's a KO right there. At that point, with that much momentum, you can really breeze through the third checkpoint. That third checkpoint is often, it feels like a victory lap. Because if you've had enough control of their base to be able to get through the second checkpoint and get significant progress past it, you probably have already pushed up to, like, this area, and you have a crab tank, like, up here. And so it's really difficult for them from here to just drop down. Because they're just dropping over a one-way ledge. There is no way back if you go over this ledge. As soon as you drop down, you're not only is there no way back, but you have no cover whatsoever. So it's just, can you use the tower to be out of their line of sight? That's about all you've got going for you. You've got some different angles to drop down from, but, like, do you really want to be there? If there's someone sharking underneath here, you know, a top-level frontliner underneath one of these walls, I don't know if I want to drop down there. You'd prefer to maybe be able to, like, poke at it with a charger or something, but with a crab tank on tower, it's going to be hard to hit that shot. Like, once you get the tower to about here, it's really just desperation mode. You've got to throw all of your members on it. So, yeah. Well played by Crush Soda there. I gotta say, like, I'm impressed with the pressure that Goss was able to create, the opportunities they were able to create by sharking effectively, by getting picks on players who didn't know that Goss was there. That basically every time the camera was on Goss was getting like a double. And that was keeping Crush Soda at the advantage enough that they were going to be able to use the resources they were able to save, you know, because if you're not going down, that means you're not losing your crab tank. They were able to use those resources to keep the push going long enough that they just got it all the way. So, well played there from Goss. And I really wish they showed us the results screen because that's useful for analytical purposes, but I can kind of understand some reasons why they wouldn't want to. Let's move on to Game 3. But before we do that, I need to go use the restroom, so I will be right back. In the meantime, though, we have recently added some new content to the streaming repertoire here. We're going to add this guy. And of course, it's going to be way too big. But you've seen the cat's slideshow. We have a dog's slideshow now. Enjoy the puppers, everybody. I hope you've enjoyed the pups. Okay. Didn't mean to stay up this late. Ah, come on, Ginger Halsey. I told you. I told you not to stay up too late. Well, good night. Anyway. So, Undertow Rainmaker. This has been a pretty popular competitive mode. I personally like it. I think it's a unique level geometry. It's a cool objective line. It's got an interesting curve in it, and there's a flank route. There's an interesting decision to be made about which checkpoint to play. Usually the answer is the left one, but the right one does actually have some use cases, although it's kind of bait to try and get a push any further past it sometimes. Interesting map. Doesn't tend to work as well in other modes, especially like zones where the choke points are pretty brutal on it. But with Rainmaker, you get past that really gross choke point in mid as soon as you gain any kind of advantage. And then after that, the map is a lot more open and a lot more interesting. So I think it makes a lot of sense that this is the mode in which this map is most interesting for competitive play. So hey, Splash Splash Machine, Splash Splash Machine. Where have we seen this before? In case anyone was wondering what the metagame is. But we have Kyo once again on the try. And now we have... Is that Leafy? Okay, we have Sun on T-Tech. Because they want the Tri-Strike. I think ProChara and me personally have been saying that the T-Tech is probably going to be the better choice more often for Tri-Strike. A lot of people have this idea, it's all Splash, like it's just Splash or Neo Splash, and that's all that the comps are. I honestly think T-Tech is probably better than Neo Splash more often. There are niches, I think, where Neo Splash can be more useful. There are some significant differences, though, between them. The T-Tech has a better kill time and needs fewer shots to be able to splat, and it has a little bit of extra range. And that little bit of extra range does go a long way. Like, that little bit of extra range makes certain matchups a lot more winnable. I would much rather have a splatter shot in my hands to fight a Tetradualies with than a Splash, even though the Splash is better at movement, because I don't really care about movement as much with the Tetras. The Tetras are going to move better than me. They're going to, be better at making me miss shots. But the advantage that I have with either of those weapons is the kill time. And being able to only need to hit 3 shots, and those shots coming out just a little bit, not that the fire rate is faster, but that the time in frames that it takes to splat someone is faster with the T-Tech, assuming, we're not missing. That's, I think, in favor of the T-Tech in that matchup. The Splash with the Burst Bomb is nice because even if you're out of range, you can just tag them with the Burst Bomb. But you don't have that with the Neo Splash. You have a much slower exploding bomb that's a lot less useful in combat. So most of the time I'm going to take the Splat Bomb and the longer range of the T-Tech. And that's what I have continued to play, even though the Neo Splash is now available. That seems to have not been quite as popular an opinion even at top level, because ProChara has repeatedly made this argument, which usually means that people didn't take his word on it the first time. But Sun, it looks like, does agree with us, at least for this map mode, that that's the one that they want to go with.
In the Splatoon 2 era, Kyo is going to be staying with that Tri-Saucer Nouveau. There is no mode.
All right, so .Q flexing onto the crab tank here to allow, so that would be Fuzzy probably on the Splash, Leafy on the bucket, because Leafy was playing the bucket earlier, and Sun on the... Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Because I think Sun was one of the splashes earlier. And if they want Sun to be the one using the T-Tech here, then they're putting .Q onto the Splash instead of the Charger. And maybe there's also some consideration going on here that maybe they don't like Charger as much for this map mode. There's a lot of, like, straight line of sight stuff that gets interrupted, I think, on this Rainmaker path. So I could see it being maybe not as advantageous to have a Charger here. But again, not going to claim to be too much of an expert on backline affairs. And I'm sure that there's maybe a high-level backline player who could give me more insight into what exactly is going on with that particular decision.
Stronger on than Rainmaker, especially with what Tacticooler can bring. But if you're going with
all right, so Q popping the crab tank from this backline position.
splatter shot,
One of the nice things about putting your backliner on a splash is that they know how to use their special already, because their special is basically just turning them into a backliner. So even if, you know, because playing a short-range shooter, that's a fairly technical weapon. We don't think about it that often because it's considered so basic, so common, so, you know, easy to win with, etc. But, like, you've got to do some very precise movement to play that weapon. It's not like that weapon gets itself locked into just very long animations like something like a sloshing machine does. Sloshing machine takes, I think, 37 frames to fire. So you've got all that time to be thinking about what you're going to do next. But with a splash, you have to be thinking as much as like 4 frames ahead about what the next action is that you want to be doing. There's a lot of muscle memory built into it, and it's not the easiest thing to just like take someone off a charger and put them onto that. But if your whole goal is just have as many crab tanks out as possible, that smooths over that difficulty mechanically adjusting, I think, a little bit. Not entirely. You still need to be able to play the main weapon. It's not like crab tank is all this weapon is. But it definitely takes a very significant part of the game and makes it easier to adjust to for someone who plays those kinds of weapons.
you are playing anti-crab, and we'll figure the rest out as we go.
You see the splat on Kyo, so Q picking one up.
Looks like Crush Soda weathers this storm really well. Q not able to get a ton of value out of this. I think they only have 1 crab out right now. So there's nothing really guarding the right side here. And Leafy and Fuzzy both dive in. It looks like even jumping off of ledges to go for this fight, and they don't find it. It's hard to see exactly what gets them.
As we go.
I'm not going to work too hard on it, but Q is able to get 1 back for it, but since they both go down, it ends up not being worth it. They probably would have actually had Bert there if they'd been able to sustain their fire, but meantime, Sun is just completely alone on the left side. There's nobody, like, everybody's watching right. Sun is on left, and I think Wave and Goss recognize that and just get going. Great pick there from .Q. Like, .Q gets the 2 players that go down here. It's just the players fighting on the ground ended up getting shredded as they were trying. .Q, come on. This is a Charger player. This is a Charger player. After all the trouble that Goss just gave the team in the last game, .Q outplays? Come on.
Picking one up already. 4-1 on the map for Crush Soda. So Crush Soda.
I will stop fangirling when .Q stops being worthy of fangirling, okay?
Sayonara in the purple. Here comes Q moving forward. And already that is the first checkpoint.
I think that was probably a quad. It looks like, yeah, because we are not seeing the name under here. So .Q literally just quadded Crush Soda after their entire team went down.
Advantage Sayonara, so we've seen the early aggression come out from Crush Soda once again, Milana.
We certainly do, and you know that's just a little bit of a detriment of Rainmaker. That is
Leafy getting just in a little bit too close here to the line of fire. That Fizzy Bomb is going to let everybody know that Leafy's playing this angle.
certainly do, and you know that's
And so Leafy's like, okay, well, nobody went and attacked me when I did that. What might be happening is that people are moving into position to attack Leafy while Leafy's waiting to see if they're here. And as soon as Leafy peeks, look at how far out they go past this corner where they have cover. It takes so long to retreat, and it takes so long for them to fire a slosh, during which time they're not moving very far, that they are just a little overcommitted.
a little bit out of position. You know the opponent
So Wave goes in, trades that back, trades go all the way, and Crushed Soda ends up on top for that. They've got a Crab in a good position to hold the enemy team back while they go back and get the pop. Looks like they're not trying to pick it up just yet. Goss does have a Crab here that they want to save, so they don't want to be the one who picks it up. When you're thinking about who picks up the Rainmaker, one of the considerations is whether someone has a special or not, because a lot of the time you would get more value out of using that special than guaranteeing that you're going to lose it by picking up the Rainmaker. If you pick up the Rainmaker, you're not going to be able to use specials during its duration, and the only way that picking up the Rainmaker ends is with you dying, which is going to cause you to lose your special charge, or ending the game, in which case you didn't use that special anyway. So if you're going to, spend the time to charge a special up and then just pick up the Rainmaker and never be able to use it, that's kind of a waste. And so they're going to be, even though Goss was probably in the best position to pick it up if they wanted to push here, they're going to delay a little bit and let Goss find a good spot to use this Crab Tank. But I think with everybody backing up, that might backfire on them a little bit, because Sayo was down one, but now that the pressure is let up from people moving backwards to pick the Rainmaker back up and their one Crab Tank ending, they don't really have that space anymore, and I feel like they're going to get pushed back now by Sayo's resources. They've already got 2 down. Oh, no, forgot the Rainmaker was down behind them and just gets bounced off it. So this is going to be a really good swing for Sayo. They used their resources at a really good time there to open up the route to the goal here. And Q already on top with the Crab Tank there. And we've got a Tri-Strike ready to go to try and at least smoke screen to get them across the bridge. But I think everybody knows they're going to be trying to go for that bridge. This is a really big moment where there's a choke point on the map. Typically, the way that you're going to see competitive teams play this is they're not going to want to go through the left-hand side some of the time, because the left side, there's no cover, it's unpaintable, there's this high ground outpost right above it where it's really easy to drop on it from, or to attack it from here, or it could be attacked from here. There's lots of different places you have to worry about when you go this way. At least if you go around the right-hand side, you can back up a little bit to the left and have cover, and you can right side peek around it. And a lot of the time, that's a little bit safer. But on the flip side, once teams, have a competitive experience, this is what they're going to expect a lot of the time, and they're going to just pre-fire this angle so that as soon as anyone pops over from around the corner here, they're getting hit anyway. So sometimes, there's a use case for going this left-hand side instead. So the Crab gets Sayo to the pedestal. The Booyah Bomb, it looks like, clears one. But then Leafy is trying to get around this side already to clear this area out and make it safe for the Rainmaker to go this way. And they get harassed from underneath, for one thing. So that forces them to be away from the bridge. And that's another vector by which the defending team can stop this push over the grate. That forces the Rainmaker back and isolates Leafy, or actually Q, so that they get shredded down there. So this push falls apart really quickly. Really good play to get underneath the grates there. I didn't see exactly how that happened in the first place, but that was really impactful for stopping them from pushing around. And it's a really big risk to take, too, because if you don't stop them while they're on the grates, with a weapon as short-ranged as the Splash, you're not going to be able to do anything after they get past you. You're just stuck with the Rainmaker past you, and you're having to get back into a position to be able to defend it again. So it's only that window right there where they're like on the grates where that flank is really going to be super helpful. I guess they could come back around and try to attack from underneath here. How did they get in? I wish the camera showed this. I wish the camera showed how they got there. Because this feels like something that it was Leafy's job to defend, maybe? I don't know. I can't really tell what's going on. Clean wipe. But 35's not a bad push.
They certainly are, and they're no
It's
strangers.
beatable, especially if the first checkpoint goes down quickly, but it's good points. You can't complain too much about that being that early in the game. So there's a lot of paint for Crushed Soda to be contesting right now. They really need to get control of the space out in front of them so that they don't see, so they can see people moving in. Looks like this is kind of a panic special because they're starting to see slosher shots coming out from Leafy on this side. And so they jump across here, and then immediately Sun is on top of them. They're like, oh crap, get the crab out. But Sun gets the headshots.
Unfortunately, that
Crab tank on the left is going to be used to get Sun and then potentially try to clear out the left-hand side and give the Rainmaker a way through. But right now, it looks like they're kind of stuck. Waiting. Oh, goodness, yeah. There aren't a lot of resources at that point for Crush Soda to be able to push forward. The one-for-one trade left them without one of the players who was supposed to be in front using that crab tank to clear out some space. So with that crab tank being used and not getting a lot of value, they just don't have a lot to be able to push through here. And that's going to be a more impactful crab coming out of .Q there because they're not threatened. And it looks like they're just playing to stall the clock here. They're not trying to make a push or anything. They're just trying to make sure that the enemy team can't get in on the right-hand side and wait for them to make a mistake and let the Rainmaker reset. Fuzzy and Sun, or Fuzzy and Leafy, managed to get a pick on the left side. And they're going to trade that back. But it's a one-for-one trade, so Sayo's still in the advantage here. This is a really annoying position for Goss to get into, because it forces Sayo, instead of focusing forward where they want to be going, they have to focus on the left side so that they don't get flanked while they're trying to drop the Rainmaker down. So Fuzzy is being committed just to deal with this over here. And now, look at where, Sayo has control. It's not in front of them on the left, which is where they want to push the Rainmaker. That's going to buy a lot of time for Crush Soda to be able to get back in and start posting up defensively. Ooh, and Fuzzy goes down here. So, good play from Goss. And now we've got a bunch of burst bombs coming in. Another one goes down from those burst bombs, and now there's a crab tank above them. I believe. Yeah. So, good play from Sun to salvage the push. Sun getting the Rainmaker there makes it take a lot longer for Crush Soda to get back in. And it looks like maybe somebody... I don't know if somebody tried to jump into Goss there. They were already at a disadvantage. So Kyo's down here. What happens next? Oh, wait. It was literally just the person who picked up the Rainmaker. Duh. That goes down there. So yeah, Crush Soda was at a slight disadvantage because even though it showed 3v3 for a second, one of those players needed to jump in still. So Crush Soda is now down. Oh my god, Sun needs to be so careful here. Great play to get away from that. They get the trade, it looks like, because I think that crab went down. Yeah, that crab user went down. That was .Q. .Q gets picked by Kyo here. Kyo able to use the Tri-Slosher to slosh up over the top of the crab. And since it wasn't pre-firing where Kyo was trying to move, Kyo is able to get close to the crab enough to do that before it's able to aim at him. So, good play from Sun to trade that back. That's going to slow Crush Soda down by a lot. And all that Sayo needs to do on paper is stall for time. Because they're in the lead, and so it's on Crush Soda to be pushing in. Realistically, they'd probably want to get more points than 35 to be able to be more comfortable with their lead. But if they're in a state of flux and they can stabilize in a position where the Rainmaker is still stuck in mid, they're still happy with that. As long as they're not going to wipe, it's going to be hard for Crush Soda to push in for those kinds of points. So Sayo is happy for things to just be a little chaotic, to be trading back and forth a little bit. There were definitely some moments where it could have opened up in Crush Soda's favor. These are very good mechanical players. Sun able to get away with just barely avoiding getting pinched between a crab and another player to get the pick on Kyo in response to Kyo picking .Q. If that doesn't go Sayo's way, then all of a sudden Crush Soda have an advantage they can push. But for now, they're holding on.
We want to see these support players support their teammates. We want to see them, if we...
I like this play here. This is Wave. They spot that there's a player over here, and they immediately start throwing a fizzy bomb in that direction. And this player sees that they're getting approached and like, I'm not going to play that. Because what happens here is if this player stays in, we throw a fizzy bomb that paints this player's feet. The fizzy bomb is also a path for the machine to be able to get close to them. Machine is the longest ranged weapon that's in this game, except for the crab tank. So it's going to be able to get into its max range, where this player, unless it's also a machine, can't contest them. And it's going to be able to hit slosher shots. And the only way to retreat is to back up a unpaintable ramp. Well, that means that this player is going to move slower than this machine who has paint moving forward to get close enough to them. So the machine, basically, just by standing here and charging a fizzy, wins this engagement and forces this player to back up. If this player stays in, they just get splatted by the machine unless this player also commits down here. And this is not where Sayo needs to defend. Sayo needs to defend on the left-hand side because that's where the Rainmaker is going to try and push. So having to commit 2 members to this fight right here, not even knowing if there's somebody here with the machine to be able to stop them, this is not a play that Sayo wants to make. They have to just kind of retreat back from here. And now there's no flank pressure from the right-hand side for the time being while the Rainmaker moves over to the left side. So, good play from Wave.
Hey, I'm having trouble over here. Come help me. And you know Sun is already there. You don't even need to tell him.
2 specials coming out here.
Just going to try and yeet that at an angle that it'll aggress both Fuzzy and Leafy and hope that that is able to displace them. Actually ends up getting Fuzzy. This is a dangerous place to throw the Booyah into, just because it's so easy to get yourself cornered and not have anywhere you can possibly go. But I have to imagine that that was intended to be thrown to support the push that Kyo is making there, in the hopes that like Kyo survives here and is able to capitalize on the displacement. Fuzzy pops a crab is what happens. So Fuzzy just cannot physically move away because of the crab being popped. So that's actually way in Crush Soda's favor, because that got rid of not just a player, but a crab tank in exchange for Kyo, who already had Tacticooler and was okay with trading anyway.
But can they get that Rainmaker forward? It's been such a defensive effort. They have held their spot right at that spot once again.
Kyo, look, Kyo's already back in there. Remember, Kyo just died. That's what Tacticooler does. Tacticooler makes it so that you can feed and then feed a second time. But good stop from Sayo. It looks like it's kind of just Kyo who's trying to go in here and get these trades, and Leafy able to kite back just enough and clutch pop of the Booyah Bomb to keep themselves alive from Kyo as Kyo tries to rush in here. If Kyo gets even 1, then this is dangerous. But Kyo doesn't get 1, and also they get the Rainmaker at the same time.
And I mean, just barely. I cannot tell you folks how close so many of those fights were to absolutely breaking that game wide open there. Sayo barely hanging.
All right, so there's a crab tank in mid that Sayo's just gonna, sit tight. The crab tank will make it so that Crush Soda is able to regroup and get closer to the Rainmaker before the next push. But the crab tank is not going to be able to secure them offensive pressure to get the Rainmaker picked up. They're going to need a little more than that. They're going to need a pick. Wave is looking for that pick. Wave is seeing if they can get vision of someone. Like, if they tap Leafy as they try to slosh around this corner here, if they, they actually had the read that that was where Leafy was, and I think they just missed their slosh or something. Because I feel like that could have hit Leafy if they had aimed it a little differently or been a little bit further forward when they sloshed. And if that hits Leafy, then they're like, Leafy's there, and Goss flanks around the right-hand side, and they try and pinch Leafy between the two of them. And then they've got to pick, and then maybe they can pick up and start moving. They actually do get Leafy anyway. So now they're 2 down here. Sun is stuck out in a relatively vulnerable position. They might just try and pop the Tri-Strikes to stall out the Rainmaker pickup at this point. Okay, they just fire enough shots to be able to stall it out. And the Rainmaker reset is fine. Sayo is totally cool with that. Yes, they've lost more players. Yes, they've staggered a little bit, but Crush Soda needs to back up with at least 1 player to go back to mid, pop the Rainmaker, get it all the way back over here. By that time, there's going to be a crab tank ready. Yeah. Sun dying there is perfectly fine, even dying for nothing. I don't think he does die for nothing either. I think he ends up trading someone there. Let me take a quick look here. Do they trade? Yeah, they trade waves. Totally worth. Totally worth. They stopped the Rainmaker pickup. They stood their ground. they slowed Crush Soda down from being able to get a certain lead at that point.
Goss is already pushed up there. The threat has been going on for the last minute of the game.
Under 50 seconds left.
Yeah, I don't think Sayo's hurting too much for this. They're telling themselves, okay, we're good. Let's just get regrouped. Let's get our specials. You know, they're probably only moderately, you know, freaking out right now. They're not at like peak desperation levels or anything like that. Like I think the commentators might want to suggest. I think Sayo's their hearts are probably beating a little bit, but they're like, okay, we got this. Let's go, guys.
Bombs moving forward, some carbonated protection. We'll see if Kyo can continue.
Carbonated protection. I like that line.
The pressure, Kyo just hanging out. Couple of burst bombs trying to keep him at bay. You see the Rainmaker at the left.
Ooh, okay, Crab is out on the right to challenge that. Strikes are going in on the left. I would like to see what Sayo is doing right now on the side the Rainmaker is on. And and there's lead. Ooh, so Leafy and Fuzzy, it looks like, are the ones who are trying to stop this, but there's a lot of pressure coming out. It looks like from a Crab tank on the left. Yeah, Crab tank on the left. So the Tri-Strike goes out, but the Tri-Strike largely lands behind them. And so in a fight, you know, in a vacuum, putting the Tri-Strikes behind them like this is a good idea, because it forces the enemy team forward when they may not have wanted to move forward, when you may have someone who's going to be able to attack them as they're moving forward, and they're going to have their feet painted behind them, and they have no way to retreat. But the Rainmaker doesn't want to retreat here. The Rainmaker wants to move forward. And if they don't have someone to follow up on this, if like Leafy isn't immediately watching this right now and jamming this choke point with slosher shots, they're just going to run it forward, and they're going to get the lead. And that's exactly what ends up happening. Someone engages on Leafy, and this is beautifully timed. Look at how the Rainmaker doesn't peek out until Goss engages Leafy. So that forces Leafy to look in the direction of Goss, and as soon as Goss is on them, that's when the Rainmaker starts pushing. It's waiting, because they see Leafy's here. Then Goss is here and engaging, and it is right then that Leafy is turning her attention to Goss that the Rainmaker comes right around, and it hops and just goes for lead like a bunny. Jumping to make themselves harder to hit. So Sayo is now in a little bit of trouble, because they were in a position where they could just defend. Now they have 20 seconds to push to 17. Not exactly 20 seconds to push to 17, because they've got the overtime, but it's not a good look. This is their only chance, and going down with a full Crab Tank charged is also probably not what they're looking for. So this could definitely go Crush Soda's way. Oh, no, it's over. It's so over. They don't even pop it, I don't think. Yeah. All right, Crush Soda stealing that one there. That one defense from Sayonara was not quite there. All they had was the Tri-Strike and the one machine in their way. I couldn't really see what happened to Fuzzy. It felt like there was a Crab Tank that I think got committed to one of the players who was still in mid, while the push had already made it all the way up to first checkpoint. I think that was a misuse of resources there. So that play, that one singular play, is I think what Sayo really wants to look at and analyze for themselves, because that was probably the point where the game was lost. I think everything else that they were doing was fine. Maybe a little bit conservative of them to play around a lead to 35. You typically want to be pushing for a little bit better of a lead than that, but they can maybe look at their offense and see if there's anything they could have optimized there. The push by Goss underneath the grates was a big deal to cut off that route, and that was what ended up making things go awry for the Rainmaker. I think the bigger thing, though, is the defense there. That felt pretty lackluster. So, Clam Blitz. Oh, they've got a little explainer for how Clam Blitz works. Clam Blitz Eel Tail. Why? Okay. Eel Tail was a better map than it is now, until they got rid of the ramp that's right here behind where the basket is in Clam Blitz. There used to be a ramp in, I think, all of the modes, maybe all but one, that went from here up into this area. And I think what Nintendo is thinking there is they don't want people getting spawn camped on this platform. But what this actually does is if you're the defender, you have the choice to either stand up here and use, range or whatever else you can to stop them, or drop down here and be on a one-way drop where there's no way back. And now you're cornered if there's an enemy player watching you drop. It hurts the offense a little bit in that you can't get up here, but it also hurts the defense. And I don't think that's a thing that Nintendo considered. That immediately made these eel tail maps a lot worse. And the only place that it doesn't have that is in Rainmaker now. So, not a fan at all of that change. I feel like Rainmaker really is kind of the only one of these maps that you want to see played at a competitive level. But that's my take, and far be it from Nintendo to even consider my take or know that it exists. So
You're shaking your head once again.
Well, it's just the game's too fast here.
this tourney was dominated by Vanilla Splash, especially in Machine. Every tournament has been dominated by Vanilla Splash and Machine. There's a player who I talked to recently who's been doing a statistical analysis of weapon comps at high levels of play. And the way that he's been doing it is by going into Twitch streams with a bot that scrapes the information of what the 8 weapons are at the top of the screen, anywhere that there is a stream that has tournament in the title. And he's even gone through manually and weighted the results so that the higher level the player, the higher level the team we're looking at, the more those results are weighted, and to try and get an understanding of like what people are picking in the metagame right now. And with that weighted, percentage, the Splash is 57% of the weapons being played competitively right now. More than half is just this one weapon. Like, if you have followed competitive play at all right now, you know that the Splash is the best weapon in the game, and it's not close. So that's always been the case. And Machine was one of the first weapons that people thought was, busted, broken, one of the things that was meta. It's a relatively easy play style, so it's, easy to see how that emerged earlier than the knowledge of the Splash. We had a new special that we needed to figure out in the Splash's Crab Tank. But the Machine has also been known to be very good for a long time, and its ability to contest Crab makes it something that has still been a part of the metagame. This is nothing new, and it's something that competitive players have been complaining about, but putting up with for a good amount of time now. You watch a lot of people's opinions, you see a lot of opinions on Twitter. We're just waiting for Crab Tank to get nerfed. We're just waiting for the Splash to get some kind of nerf. We're waiting for something that enables you to consider other choices, to consider other alternatives that aren't going to get overshadowed by Crab Tank just being the best to choose in that moment. Another aspect of this that's been a problem that's been well documented is the map design. On this particular map, getting back to this match, if you put a Crab Tank right here on the enemy's side watching this, they literally have no way in. The Crab Tank can see everything. The Crab Tank can see you coming from this direction. The Crab Tank can see you coming from this direction. Maybe if you put one person over on this side and one person over on this side, then the Crab Tank has to choose one of the two things to look at. But that means that it's taking 2 of your players to counter one of their players. They still have 3 other players that they can devote, and maybe they isolate this player on this side. They have someone who's already over here to follow up on the pressure that the Crab Tank is creating. It's just an overwhelming amount of force to put in one spot with one player. So this is one of the maps where you're going to see double crab pretty much every time. Not that you're not going to see that everywhere at top level, but even at lower level, where it's a little bit more likely that you see deviations from the metagame, there's a lot of Crab Tank that gets used here.
Even though Q pilots this weapon, and a comp that really hasn't lost for them at all, they must have just deemed it too slow at this point. The Charger...
So, let's see what's happening
The
here.
game's too fast here, even though Q pilots this weapon. And
Alright, so same comp exactly from Sayonara, and same comp exactly from the previous game for Cursota.
they must have just deemed it
They're still liking their tri-strikes for contesting crabs, which makes a lot of sense here. One other nice thing about a tri-strike is that it will detonate and not regard cover at all. It'll just clip through any cover that's there. So, like, let's say there's Crab Tank on the bridge. If you throw a tri-strike underneath the bridge, it's going to hit up through the top of the bridge too. And so that can set up some situations where maybe you don't have as much warning that the tri-strike is coming, and it hits you through something that you didn't realize it was about to hit through. There's still some warnings there, but it sets up some interesting plays. Like the geometry makes it so that you can stick the tri-strike beacons to things in ways that get you angles that it would be hard to hit otherwise. Definitely not a bad map for using tri-strike to contest a crab. So out come the crab tanks on the bridge. Crab tank on bridge is the story of Eeltail. This is the way that the game's going to be played. The first crab to start shooting at the other is the one that has advantage, because it has time to rev up its rapid fire shots to get them to that really high fire rate that gives them insane DPS. And if you get to that state first, you shred their tank first. And now this player over here is in a lot of trouble because they're up against a crab tank that's firing at full speed, and they don't have the armor anymore. And so they're probably going to go down. Great pressure from... No, that's Leafy. So I've got the teams reversed. Great play from Leafy to save their teammate's life there by putting pressure on the tank so that it has to move. And they actually get them down, too. So great play from Leafy there to secure that. They're going to be able to use their sloshing machine to hit up over this slope here before anybody else can hit her. So she gets 2, it looks like, and then there's a jump that they're going to be able to camp. Now, here's the thing. Sloshing machines actually suck at camping jumps. Leafy can know that this person is there, but their best bet is probably... I think what they need to do, and this is if they have the ink to do it, because they did just splat 2 people, remember, but if they have the ink to do it, I think what they need to do here is drop a fizzy bomb that directs for 50 damage, and then hit a machine direct. I think that's the only way that they actually get this splat in time, because otherwise, Tri-Slosher has just got a faster kill time. And since Kyo is dropping down in range, it looked like Leafy was trying to kite back so that they had range over Kyo, but you just run out of space because there's a ledge right here. So this is a smart jump from Kyo, knowing that like it's the machine that's here. I just outslay the machine. But they do manage to trade Kyo back, so it's not, you know, a total loss on their part either. So Sun's going to get the score in. I don't see them getting much more than like 65 off of this unless they win another fight. They have some clams over here, but you can see there's like a Booyah coming out. Bert's already starting to poke around on the right-hand side, so if someone tries to go for these clams too carelessly, they can get picked. And there's going to be pressure on the left-hand side here soon, too. Great Booyah Bomb, and then they just chuck everything at Sun. I love this idea. If they're able to get some... They see these clams here. They know that Sayonara is going to want those. They also know that there's more help over here. They throw the Booyah Bomb to separate these players and to try and get this player to commit to getting these clams, and then they chuck everything they have at this person, and they're going to try and chip him down. They don't quite get them down, but a good attempt. Ooh, and they actually managed to get... wave there. This is really well played so far from Sayonara. They've just been winning fights where I'm looking at them like, yeah, you know, on paper I feel like Crush Soda should win this. So I don't know if that's better game planning or if they're just executing better in the moment. Maybe they're just mad that they lost the last game. I don't know what's up, but they're doing well.
That's exactly why they're so good at this game mode here, Nine. They are just so calibrated on the same page.
So good pick from Kyo, just knowing where players are on the map, having really good awareness, and finding an angle with the weapon that's going to be able to hit that. Meantime, though, the rest of the team goes down. And again, you know, one of the things about the Tri-Slosher, and any bucket really, is that it's a high-commitment weapon. It takes a really long time to fire a slosh and then be able to move again. So if Kyo is going to commit to something, Kyo is very likely to just get traded back if there's anybody else in the area, because Kyo is just stuck in the animation of sloshing the bucket. And so, you know, this Tri-Slosher Nouveau, one of the reasons that it's, you know, really seeing a lot more use than the vanilla Tri-Slosher is that the Tacticooler makes it so that trades are more advantageous to it. You're more likely to like trading because you don't lose as much time as the other guy does when they go down.
Push right there, and that's exactly why they're so good at this game mode here, Nine. They are just so...
Yeah. And this is a phenomenal place for buckets because you can slosh over on so many different sides and hit so many different angles that a shooter just can't. Like, say you're a shooter standing down here. This wall is in your way. This thing is in your way. This thing is in your way. This thing is in your way. If you're trying to shoot somebody who's... this isn't really in your way of anything unless someone's standing like right here and you miss by hitting that or something. I don't know. But there's a lot of stuff that's getting in between you and hitting shots on someone. But if you're a bucket standing down here, you can hit up over this ledge. If it's long enough range, you can hit up over this ledge or over this block or over this ledge. Like, you can hit so many more things because it sloshes over stuff. So that's the trade-off there. Fire rate for the ability to hit around certain terrain.
Calibrated on the same page.
They are, and again, that's another wipeout here. All of that fighting to go through. Leafy picked the exact right spot to Shark to take 2 members out. And once it's 2 down in 4v2, you realize...
So Q has a crab on bridge. Now the question is, do they have clams to keep this going? It looks like they're sending Sun back. No, they're not sending Sun back. They're not sending anybody back. They throw 2 clams in, and now who has more? How are they going to get more? Okay, Fuzzy's going to grab a few from behind here. Oh, but they grab 2 clams and then get into the crab tank. So it's like... I feel like their clam economy is hurting right now. They could definitely have had more to work with when making this push happen. But you'll notice that, like, they're not as concerned with scoring as long as they can keep the basket open. That's what's really important in Clam Blitz. If you can keep the enemy basket open, that's really all you need. That's how you get big pushes. Because you can take, as many clams as you want to the basket, but if you're getting killed before you can put the clams in the basket, it doesn't matter. And that's the mistake that a lot of people don't understand about Clam Blitz. I have a whole video explaining that, but you'll see a lot of brushes in solo queue that'll just hold the brush down and run straight to the basket and then this way ping spam for someone to jump a power clam in. And what's going to happen there is you're going to score maybe 20 points, and then 2 of you are going to die. They're going to get a pity clam, and they're going to have a stronger counter push. If you play to keep the basket open, you can get more clams into the basket than you brought to the basket in the first place, because you can just rotate someone back into mid like it looks like .Q is doing right now, get more clams, bring them in, and if you've still got control of the area around the basket, notice this isn't control of the basket, this is in control of the area that you can get close enough to the basket to shoot someone who's scoring. That's what's really important. If someone can get close enough to shoot you while you're scoring, you can't safely score. You can't get more than like a clam or 2 in before a top-level player is going to laser you. So they're not trying to score until they've got those players cleared away, and they're not going to get lasered. And that's what the resources are really being used to fight over here. They're trying to fight to make it so that the players who are trying to throw clams in are perfectly safe doing it. There's no risk whatsoever to them.
So the scoring fest is not done. Sun's in a great spot to fire at Goss and takes him out. The scoring is not yet done. There's a danger that this game ends now if they can find enough clams.
There's probably not a danger that the game ends now, because it's only .Q who's left. Like, the defense starts breaking... Where does it happen? So there's a trade there. They do actually have a 3v2 right now. The crab tank goes over here to draw them away from the basket so that they're not firing at the basket. Sun gets 1. They're still largely in control right now. It's when I think Fuzzy gets forced out of this position, because then the right side completely falls. Now that Fuzzy is stuck leaving here, and Q is not holding this position, and Sun is here, what can happen is Crush Soda can push in from this side and from this side at the same time, and now Fuzzy and Sun are pinched. So even though there's a numbers advantage right now, one of those members is back in mid, so they can't help, and these 2 are in a weaker position than these 2. And so here is where Crush Soda actually gains control. It's that Bird is able to hard force Fuzzy out of the right-hand side here, and that's how they're able to get control back. Thank you so much for the raid, VoidBits Live. Welcome, everybody. Good to have you here. Nice, nice, nice. Proportion of all weapon choices took up the most recent. So I see I've inspired a discussion based on the weapon choices from that I was talking about earlier. And the wording of the original stat. Gotcha. Well, in any case, top 8 at 20XX Splash was picked 120 plus times. Picked 120 plus times? Does that mean we're counting just individual picks. So if someone uses it in one game and then uses it in the next game, that doesn't count as a pick. There's a lot of statistical questions to answer there, but... Oh, those are animated emotes? Interesting. They only show up as static images to me. But, all right. Moving on.
Now if they can find enough clams.
They just
Counting instances of Splash appearing in a single game. Yeah, that I'd have to dig way more into that claim, that conversation, than I have the time to at the moment right now. Let me just check something really quickly here. Oh, crud. I was off an hour on when I thought the lesson was going to be. I thought it was going to be at 6 Eastern. Or, sorry, at 6 Central. Turns out it was at 6 Eastern. So, I'm actually a bit late on that. Let me check in with them to see what's going on there. I thought I had an alarm set for that, so that's on me for missing that. Let me check in with them really quickly. I was surprised I didn't have a DM or anything, given how late it is at this point. Okay. Just check in something really quickly. Yeah, okay, cool. So we're going to swap over away from this for an hour here because we have a lesson that we're going to be teaching. I did put that in the title. You have been warned. Just took a little bit too long talking about clamplets, I guess. I think, do we have the Discord thing turned on? We do here. Check. Oh, wait, I'm not in there yet. I should be in there now. Check, 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 check. Okay, that's the right one. And we're going to pull them all up here now. Whoop, whoop, and whoop. There we all are.
Hello, hello.
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 We've got Eon, Sofa King, and Cuber all in the VC here with us. And we're going to be going over one of their matches, which I think I have a link to from Sofa King, if I remember correctly. King of Sofas.
Yeah, we do have a timestamp there for you as well for the one
Reminder to record.
looking to get reviewed.
All right. Yes, because that is an hour and 40 minutes long.
Yeah.
Okay, from 10:11. This is going to be Clamblitz Umami. Okay, there we go.
Yep.
So that should be on stream, and now I'm going to get you the screen share from Discord. Okay. You should be able to see it, and you should be able to see my mouse.
Yep.
Yeah.
Perfect. All right.
All right. Start.
So we've got all three of you in here. Do we have is Alan on your team?
Yes.
Yes, Alan is on our team. We're
Okay,
gonna
they're just not
kind
able
of
to be here.
relay notes to him. Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, sounds good. So, looking at fairly similar
Starting out
comp
right.
actually to what we've been looking at on the matches we've seen. We've seen all of these weapons at least. Double tri-strike instead of any splashes. This is something that we've seen actually from Seafoam. So it's not out of the it's not that there's no precedence even for a top team running something like this. But the other team is running a very different comp. Is this, by the way, scrim? Is this a tournament? Like,
Yes, this is a low-level scrim. We're both D8 teams.
gotcha. Okay. So they're running double blaster. So right away, I'm looking at this like, oh, you guys just outpaint them. Just paint a lot. Play relatively cautiously so that you don't get sharked or something. Because they do have a roller and a blaster, even if that roller is a Flingza, who's probably going to spend more time painting for missiles. But if you paint a bunch, that really limits the blaster's ability to move. So that's my first thought about counterplaying this. You are going to have to watch out for missiles. That is a pretty good call on their part to counter the E-Leader if they had any prior information. So that's something that the E-Leader will be, displaced a little bit by. And they've also got a Zuka. So basically, what you're looking out for here is them getting picks. If they don't get picks, then you just win the war of attrition because you have more paint, and you're going to be able to get people into more advanced positions more safely. But if the blasters are able to combine over the walls or something to get chip damage, if somebody's going down to Zukas all the time, if the missiles are causing problems, then that's when their team is going to be able to win here.
Missiles and double blaster. So we can be... If we get that shot down, we can be really aggressive.
You paint them out and then they're trouble.
Yes.
Okay. So... And we should be able to, like on stream at least, be able to hear the callouts coming through. I think you should be able to hear that actually on your end. It might be a little on the quiet side because I want to be able to be heard over it and for you guys to be louder than the callouts that I'm hearing on the recording. But I think it should be fine.
One left.
Shots on right. Behind mid.
Okay, someone goes down behind us and we really can't see why
Shots on
that's
right.
happening here.
Behind mid.
But we're painting up this corner, making sure that nobody can push around it. At this point, though, with someone down, if they just rush us here, we're in a little bit of trouble. So we need to be a little bit careful showing ourselves here.
Yep,
We don't want to let bombs be going behind us. We want to keep everything we need to worry about in front of us all at once.
left.
Popping left.
I'm not... So you're the only player on your team right now who's looking to the right. And so turning to look at what's on the left is dangerous because someone from the right might be rushing you right now and nobody on your team would know about it. If you're the one who's there on that angle, then it's important to keep an eye on that angle to make sure that the rest of the team is safe in addition to just you. The fact that there are missiles on you right now is also a big danger because with the missiles falling all in this spot right here, there's a higher risk that you guys run into each other's missiles. You always want to run as far away from your teammates as you can to let the missiles drop so that there's space in between you for you to move. And right now, because we're getting forced back in both directions, we're getting pushed into the same location, and this is going to force the missiles to... The missiles are either going to force us to go even further back or splat someone. With missiles, what you generally want to do is get them to fall and then move, rather than move in anticipation of them falling. I would actually, if you have the space to do it, I would move forward a little bit before the missiles target, and then once the missiles have targeted, then I move back. Because if I move forward and then back, I haven't lost any space. The missiles are falling in territory that I didn't control anyway. And now I'm still in the same exact spot that I was in. That's the ideal situation. Now, if you get pressured while that's happening, that's a different story, because you are moving forward into space you don't control for a brief moment to do that. And if you try to do that while an opponent is looking at you, then that can be problematic. But that's kind of what you're trying to lean more towards. But because we have turned our camera away from the right-hand side and run away from it, now we have to just kind of keep running backwards because we don't know if someone's chasing us on the right. And so we can't afford to move forward and then back up to drop the missiles there. We have to just kind of keep running away because we don't know if we're under threat. So the big thing I would say here for you individually is to keep your camera focused more on where the actual threat is from. If someone's threatening the left-hand side, they're going to see Eon first, and if Eon goes down, then you just drop below a ledge or something and jump out, because now you're pinched from one side and from the other. But while we're still, working under the assumption that we can at least delay them getting through mid, we want to be watching the right-hand side and maybe a little bit of mid, because that's where someone could actually drop on us from.
Watch missiles.
Yeah, so we end up getting forced, Machine goes all the way back into your choke. You're stuck here on Cubby, and they know you're here because this player has seen you in the missiles, so they're probably calling that kind of a position out to their team. And so you've got a lot of yellow paint around you here, and the enemy team knows you're here. This isn't a bad place to be because you're off the objective line. So if someone wants to really come and attack you here, your team is going to be able to get back in position and collapse on them from another angle. And they're also not actually getting space they need to get around the basket. You can shoot at them while they're scoring from here, but they can't score from here. So that makes this a more powerful position than it is on some other modes. That said, I would that is a blind corner. You do not know what's there, and you know that the Flingza knows you're here, so I would not be getting this close to the corner until I've got more of this painted up. What I would probably want to do before I tried peeking this corner at all is have from about here and around me painted up like this. And then when I do try to actually go around the corner and give them an angle at all, I'm trying to take that corner wide so that they can't get right on top of me, and I have a little bit more distance away from the corner before I get there. It's really easy for them to hit this shot. It's not as easy for you to hit it. So you want them to be out of range to one-shot you. They miss, which is just a mechanical mistake on their part. You should just go down for this. In fact, what the heck?
A small miracle, honestly.
How does that miss? What a roller hitbox this guy is. What's going on with this weapon? Why does this happen? I don't understand.
Got roller, tri-striking.
These tri-strikes are probably not where I would put them. I think what you're trying to do is aim at the player that you saw up here, but we still don't know if there's someone around this corner. And as soon as we start to see blaster shots coming this close, I would want to put one in between me and someone who could approach me, just to keep myself safe. Ideally, you don't have to throw one there, but the thing is, at this point, you've already committed to having them out, and so it's the only way you're going to keep yourself safe, because you don't have anything else that's going to do damage that's in between you and them.
King. Damn, that was a dumb tri-strike. There's one in our pit. Shot in our pit, shot in our pit. We're 2 down.
So the big thing there was recognizing that, you're on the back foot. You don't have a lot of paint control. You don't have a lot of information on where enemy players are, and that's probably the most important one, because one of the things that paint control does that's really powerful is it denies your opponent knowledge. If the entire map is painted your color and you see a single streak of enemy paint going through it, you know where that player is. But if the entire map is their color, you're not going to see that player swimming because they're not even going to have to paint their way through. It's a lot more difficult to spot people that way, especially when you have, angles like this like low ground angle. Think about like what you can see from here. Just draw lines around what is cutting off your vision on screen. You can't see anything on this left-hand side because of this stuff that's all in your way. So you could hit someone who was on the other side of this if you knew they were there, because you can lob it up over the top, but you can't see that they're there in the first place. You've also got this block that's stopping you from seeing a lot of what's over on the right-hand side. So all you can see is pretty far out in mid. And so since you don't know that there's someone nearby, you're just trying to target mid, even though there's actually someone right on the other side of this cover ready to come and chase you down.
Damn, that was a dumb try-strike. There's one in our pit. Shot in our pit, shot in our
So
pit.
that's one of the advantages of being able to take high ground, that you can see things. That's one of the advantages of being on open sight lines, that if you have something long range, you're going to be able to see your target coming, and it's not going to be able to get around this blind corner at you. This kind of positioning, you know, it tends to be preferred by short-ranged weapons, which is what you are. You are a T-Tech here. Or no, you're actually you're a Neo Splash. You're basically a T-Tech. So, this is what you are, and so you're probably used to preferring these kinds of positions, but you've got to think a little bit more like a midline or like long-ranged weapon when you're popping the tri-strikes, because you don't have access to the main weapon anymore once you've got it.
We're 2 down.
You have a shot. Dead.
Nice.
So it
Great
looks
work.
like
They're one
we're working to try and clear out the right-hand side. Eon gets one, which is
down.
great.
Watch jumps.
Unfortunately, we do have the big bubbler out.
Dead.
Nice. Great work. They're 1 down.
Now, right here, with the big bubbler being where it is, I want to take a second just to see if anyone's pushed out in front of the big bubbler. It's a good idea to throw a bomb at it, but I would not drop over this ledge. As soon as you drop over this ledge, that's a one-way drop. You have no way to back up from this. If you notice that somebody's like swam out in front of the big bubbler, well, too bad, you're committed now. You're off the ledge. And this roller should 100% splat you.
This bubble.
I like that you throw the bomb off the bubble, like I said, because if someone tries to push in front of the bubble, then you just splat them right away, and it's a good check to make sure that nobody's doing that. It also paints the area around the bubble so that they have to paint their way out, and then you're going to be able to see it even if they do try after that. So that's a good call, but yeah, we're being too aggressive against this weapon that can one-shot us. They should have splatted us already. Like, this should be aimed squarely at us. There's nobody else that threatens them except for you here. And even then, they do manage to actually back up and get you because you stay on an open sight line with them. And you run forward when they're just about to have their swing. Think about them like a charger player, in a sense, just a shorter ranged one, where if they are at a certain point in their swing, they now have Death Laser that you do not contest. You stay behind cover, you hide. If you've survived a close range encounter with a roller, that's a win, because that's where they have the most advantage. You only want to be contesting a roller if you know you're outside of its one-shot range, which isn't very big, or if it's in between swings. With the Flingser roller, its one-shot range on its vertical is pretty big, so you do have to be a little bit worried about that. But like its horizontal, you can back up a pretty small amount from it, and you'll already be out of its one-shot range, and that's when you beat that weapon in the 1v1. But if it's poking at you with the 2-shot damage and you can't get it yet, then you have to stay away. And if it's in range to one-shot you, you either get it before it can get another flick out, or you just stay out of its way.
Roller in pit. Roller got me. Roller tapped in pit. Roller alone in pit. Roller alone in pit. Alone in pit.
Oh, you got me.
And we've got to be careful about rushing it there because it's underneath a ledge. It's a good thing to call out because this is a situation that's advantageous to you if you play it right. But running at the roller when it's sitting underneath a ledge, that's just a situation where it can ambush you. So we've got to be careful to poke it out of position. Like, we want to be like dropping a bomb over the ledge to force it away from the ledge so that we have line of sight on it and that it's further away so it can't one-shot us. We want the leader to be figuring out where it is and just lasering it while it has to focus on these two. We want to figure out a way to neutralize the threat it poses first and only then dive in after it. And the more experienced you get, the quicker you'll figure out that situation and know what you have to do to flush it out safely. But in this situation, we end up going down because we're a little bit too eager to push in at it. And again, I don't think it was the wrong call to give a sense of urgency that, hey, it's right there, we need to get it. Just we didn't go about getting it the right way. Again, drop bombs over ledges, stay away from the ledges yourself, paint if you can safely paint from a range it can't hit you, so that it doesn't have anywhere to swim in, and find off angles so that you can get it out from behind the cover that it's using against you.
One tap.
Nice. We're 2-2.
We have paint out.
So at this point, it's just you and the E-leader.
Nice
So
for
the
2-2.
E-leader has no way to push out, so the enemy team's going to have a slight advantage on map position here. Your goal here is to figure out where the enemy team is quickly so that you can paint as much as you can and get as much space as you can back before you're starting to get contested by anything.
We paint very hard for them to move.
I agree. I'm gonna paint pit and then come up through left.
Pit is probably not the most important thing to paint. You maybe want the area over here to be able to get up this ramp or something, but I'm looking for you to take as much space as you can in front, because otherwise it's just the A-leader versus the entire enemy team, and they can walk really close up to the basket, aside from the A-leader. Painting pit here, it might be good for special, but this is not going to be a tactically useful place on the map. Again, we're getting really close to this Flingza before we actually know that they're there. We should recognize at least that there are blaster shots coming over here. And so you can't move much further than like this line I'm drawing with my mouse because you're going to get shot as soon as you go there. But we go right up to that boundary right here, and we, again, don't know where anything is. What you could do here is you could get up right behind Cubby, which is this block right here, and just turn your camera around using your right stick so that you can see around that corner before you have to peek it. But we don't do that, and there's the Flings again. And if they had known we were there, we would go down. They didn't know because we kind of snuck up on them there, and they were looking at something else. But that's never a range that you want to be at against a roller.
Yep, watch Suka. They're 2 down, nice. 3 down, just Blaster. Go, 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 go. Blaster in top mid.
Nice, I like the urgency. I like that we're all moving up together.
There's clams, go. Try striking.
So you want to throw the clams like nearer the player. The reason that this doesn't work is that if there's anybody on the enemy team watching, they now know that there's a player on your team that wants to run forward and pick these up. So they can throw a bomb on these clams. They can shoot these clams, you know, and pre-fire them. You want to put them pretty close to your teammates so that they're going to actually get those quickly. In a solo queue environment, throwing clams directly at your teammates so they immediately pick them up might be a bad thing, because you don't know, you know, maybe they were trying to shark and they didn't want the enemy team to know that they were there. Even if you don't make a power clam right away, just seeing the clams be thrown in that direction and then get picked up by something rather than just land there on the ground will show the enemy team that there's somebody there, and that'll get them shot. You want to put these like right near that player, even if you want to give them the option not to pick them up. And if you're in a team environment where you have a game plan, you might just want to throw them directly at the player because they already know that you're going to be throwing them there because you're already saying it.
I got 6. There's clams, go.
You also pick up some of the clams that are actually safest for these guys back here to pick up. If the game plan is for you to like get these clams to these players, what you're better off doing right now instead of standing here is clearing the area around the basket. Like, if you want them to try and score, well, there's a rapid blaster right here that doesn't want that to happen. And you need to be getting them out of position so that they can't be in this whole space. The most important thing to do in Clam Blitz, if you're trying to keep a push going or if you're trying to get in, is to get it so that, like we said in the Eel Tail match that we were just watching in the NA Championships, you need to make it so that the enemy team can't shoot at your teammates while they score. Mm-hmm. So that means you have to control more than just this area that gets you close enough to the basket to throw clams in. That means you need to clear out this whole like plat area right here. You want this player to not be anywhere near this. So we want to be like tossing the special over here. We want to be pushing them with our main weapon as soon as this goes down. We want to like completely clear that area out, and then it'll be perfectly safe for these players back here to, you know, make their power clams and go in. But right now, like, we've got this advantage still, but this player right here doesn't have the paint, and they're trying to go in and get this clam, but it doesn't feel super safe for them yet. This is what we needed to happen, and we probably needed that to happen earlier, because now we only have one player who's there to throw clams in. We wanted to take advantage of the numbers that we had over them to overwhelm them and win that fight before they could regroup. But now that they've regrouped, now that we took so long to get to the basket, they've spawned back in and they win this fight.
Blaster,
so,
try striking.
So
go,
this
go.
whole sequence
Blaster
here, after we get the blaster right here, beeline the baskets. Once we know that we have the clams ready to go,
He's down.
we got to get there. There are people who have 6 clams. There's a pot of 3 right here. You don't even need to worry. Get in front of it. Get like up here. Get all of this painted up. Make it so that you are a choke point in between them and your basket. Guard this whole thing so that nobody can get in here and it's perfectly safe. Because we take so long traversing this choke point, someone's able to get in our way. And we never push them out of the way either. They're still outnumbered. We could just go fight them.
Tri-striking.
But when we throw these tri-strikes, we throw them really far away from us. We go in. We don't find anybody. Part of it is probably the camera angle when we're trying to throw them that high. I'd probably just throw them straight at the ground so that they're there more immediately. And then they'd smoke screen you as you get in. And while you're getting in, you can be figuring out where people are at. But I think that push develops too slowly. And we spend too long trying to get our players to have clams and not enough time defending the basket and clearing that area out.
Your last, Dion. Your last.
I
Nice.
don't know if that was worth it, but I had to, so maybe it was.
Alright, they're already coming up hard on left.
So one thing that'll help with that is a part of your Clam Blitz game plan. Have in mind, like, these 2 are basket defenders. This one is, you know, the person who's going to ferry back and forth to be getting clams, and have that all figured out with your frontline weapons. Obviously, the E-Leader is going to do what the E-Leader is going to do. They're going to position in places that they can actually help from. So the other 3 members kind of have it figured out who's going for clams and who's defending. If you're not going for clams, then you're defending the basket and doing what you need to do to keep it open. That doesn't mean that you're going to dump all of your clams in all at once. That means that you're going to throw a clam when it's going to get max value for ticking the timer back down, and otherwise your job is to be keeping the enemy players away from the basket.
Watch missiles. Nice.
I like that this time we kind of back
So we have
away
numbers.
rather
Get
than
the shot.
trying to like run our missiles towards our teammates.
Nice.
So that's good awareness there.
Avoid the Zuka. I'm focusing ball. Ball's
You've got
last.
this player here.
Get the shot.
So from here,
Nice. Go,
I don't
go,
like
we're
the
up
jump
2.
shots.
Avoid the Zuka.
The jump shots aren't helping you at all. Just get here, stay submerged until you have your reticle on the right place, then pull the trigger.
Focusing ball.
Because you not only
shot.
don't have your aim
Nice,
on
go, go,
when
go.
you
We're up
start
2. Avoid
pressing the
Zuka.
fire button, you throw your aim further off by jumping. This player doesn't even know you're there. They're like looking at the corner
Focusing
right
ball.
now.
Ball's left.
They only just figure it out once they start getting shot. And all you had to do was like shoot at them and not miss. So there's a
Nice, go,
world
go,
where
go.
this
We're
is
up
a
2.
weapon that
Avoid the Zuka.
can actually
I'm
splat
focusing
you, and
ball.
this ends up becoming a problem for you. Like being the rapid deco, if they're quick, they could torpedo combo you off
Ball's
of
last.
the number of shots that you miss here.
Got ball.
So
Yeah, let's paint up here. We have Zuka. I'm focusing ball.
jump shots like this, you basically only want to do this if, one, you know for sure that you're going to be able to splat them before you hit the ground. Because as soon as you hit, once you're starting to descend, players are going to have been able to figure out their aim on you at a certain level of play. So at that point, it ceases to be safe. Number 2, you only want to jump if you need to make them miss shots. And here, that isn't really the case. Because even if, you're playing the splash, which is a perfectly accurate weapon in the air, and these jump shots are actually making it more difficult for them to hit you, if it's going to throw your own aim off, you don't need to do it. If you can just get your reticle on, shot, and they're down, and they're stuck in place, they're not really moving anywhere, that's a more sure thing to do than to go in and try and jump shot and act all evasive and stuff and make you miss more shots in this, nervous moment that you have in this 1v1
Ball's last.
and potentially let them get
Got
away.
ball. Yeah, let's paint up here. We have lead. We can just paint and take it slow.
So to be clear, jump shots are better on splash than they are on most other weapons because the splash's aim RNG doesn't worsen when you go airborne, and that's why you see a lot more splashes jumping even at top level. But here, I don't think you needed the jump. Here, I think you had all the time you needed to just line the shots up and get all of them on, and just hard aim them. Just do everything that you need to make sure those shots actually connect in that moment.
Nice. I'm gonna move in with it.
Good move there. Very close to letting them get a
Nice.
flick off.
I'm gonna move in with
The
it.
goal here against any kind of like 2-shot weapon or like high damage weapon is you engage in between cycles, in between when they're shooting at you, and have them down before the next cycle happens. So I like this engagement here, but as soon as we start hitting them, they start moving and we lose track of them. And from here, we probably want to move again. We do end up getting them, but they probably had time to put out a flick before we got our shots on. So in theory, they probably could have won that against us, or at least traded.
Got the roller. Got the blaster.
Stuff. And like, the tendency that you have here is to jump every time you're engaging a fight, which I would consider that carefully. Like, don't make it a habit. Don't make it something that you're always doing. It should be something where you have a flowchart for whether you're going to do it or not. Maybe if you're trying to move into enemy ink as you shoot, it's a good idea. Maybe if they already see you and you need to make them miss shots, that's a good idea. But if you're sneaking up on them, then it might be better just to hard aim.
Got the roller. Got the blaster.
I would not be continuing to engage from here. So we already got 2. And look at how damaged we are. Like, look at the outer edges of the screen right now. Your priority right now needs to be to heal. You've got all of your teammates still up, and you've won them a numbers advantage. They can focus on taking these fights. If someone tries to go after you and try and trade this back, you have teammates to back you up. But right now, if we try to start engaging another 1v1 fight, we're very likely to lose it because they only need 1 shot to get rid of us. So before we go in any further, we need to heal up. This is something Kiver talked about a while back on his stream, that like, if you get a pick, you've done your job for now. Like, don't feel like you need always to dive further forward and get more, because your team should be doing that overall to capitalize on the advantage, but you're probably damaged because you were taking a fight just now. So for the time being, heal up, get more information, because one of the things that getting into a fight does is it causes you to focus on something, and focusing by definition is drowning out other information you could be considering at that moment because there's one thing that's more important. Well, that other stuff is important now because that's all there is. You've already done the thing that you've focused on, but if you don't have any information on what's in front of you because you've been looking down at this angle, like, look at how little you can see of the map from here. This is where you had to be to win this fight, but this isn't giving you any information about what's at the enemy basket. So right now, your priority is to heal up, get yourself into a position where you can get back into play and be safe, and while you're healing up, get more information. Just like sit in this ink behind a piece of cover or something, make sure you don't get traded back, and look around to figure out where the rest of the threats are coming from. Because you just immediately throw a bomb and dive in, and you're probably going to die to this. Okay, they had 3 shots on you, and 2 of them completely whiffed, so you do manage to survive it. But I would say that that is definitely not a safe push to be taking.
Got the blaster.
They were also not playing at a great range. You got close enough to them there at one point where they needed to be able to direct you to do any damage. They couldn't hit you with indirect, and even an indirect, I think, probably would have splatted you at that point. So mechanical mistakes on their part that you're capitalizing on, but don't expect that to work too much higher up. I think at a certain point, that player is just going to be able to kite you back and splat you for that. Thank you, by the way, for the raid, Popgun. Welcome, everybody, from Popgun's stream. Popgun, for those of you who don't know, you should know, Popgun is a competitive player who does a series called the Popcast, where he talks about the goings-on in the competitive community, and it is a great source of information on the state of the community, on what tournaments are available to compete in, on who the players are that are going to be at that tournament. He knows more about the Splatoon teams than most other players in the scene. Really great knowledge resource on who's who in the community, especially since we have a really bad way of documenting that right now. So definitely go give Popgun a follow and some love, because he has a lot of really valuable information to share. Okay, back to this match. We've got control of the basket now. I'm actually going to back us up just a second here.
Got the
So
black.
we get that player, and now, let's see.
He's behind you, Coco.
Okay. I'm not a huge fan of completely turning your back on the enemy team right as soon as you get that pick. I would at least like look and see if you can find where the roller is, and then maybe back up over here and paint this up and set up on their dome area here. Like it's good to be painting this up. I don't know what you're doing right now though. I thought what you were gonna do from the way that you were turning.
He's behind you, Coco.
I thought what was gonna happen is that you were gonna like go back over here and then look back at the enemy spawn and launch tri-strikes or something. But here it feels like we're not sure because we've got a power clan that's coming in. I have to assume that that's going to be coming into score soon here. Maybe we're worried that there's a fight going on back here or something. I don't know. Oh, maybe we're going back to get the tactical alert. That makes sense. Okay. But there's a lot of time that we just spend with our like eyes down on the ground here, not looking at the enemy team as they spawn in and figuring out where to put the tri-strikes or anything. There's just a lot of information we're losing by our camera positioning there and by our physical positioning.
Keep it open as long as you can. You want
So this is a good place to end up in, but all three of us end up going here. This is not a great formation because we're all controlling the same space. So we want to be a little bit more spread out. If they throw a single like booyah bomb or start hitting rapid blaster shots over here, people are going to go down. If they imagine the flings of fires missiles at us from here, that's going to be a mess. That's going to completely force us out. So we don't all want to be here. The place that the enemy team is coming from is this way. And so, like, I get you being here because you have tri-strikes to throw, but you already threw those. So from here, the most you're going to be able to do is throw bombs. The tri-slosher doesn't want to be here, frankly. They want to be underneath a ledge somewhere further forward. They don't have range to hit anything other than a fizzy bomb on someone who's trying to approach, which that's not going to help them control the area around the basket. And then the T-Tech is also up here. I want like at least one of the shooters and definitely the tri-slosher to be a lot further forward to keep them back from a little bit further away, at least behind this box, maybe under this ledge if you can get there. We do need someone to be going back and getting more clams to throw in, and so that's going to be important, but everyone being back here is just completely surrendering a lot of space around the zone, or around the basket.
as long as you can. You want to paint that area.
It's like, look at this player right here. They're walking into what is basically a 1v3, but they just walk straight up to the basket before they're being contested. Imagine there's a tri-slosher under here. This player dies. And now these guys over here on the right are the only things that you have to worry about. It is kind of a smart idea for them to put this many players around on this side because that cuts you off from your path that you can take to get more clams. But, like, since we're all in the same spot, we're not spread out enough to cover like any of these things that they're doing. And since we're so far back,
Nice.
they're just going to win control of the basket right away. So we get some more clams in,
still
which
2-2.
isn't bad. But I think we could have done a lot more than that with the position we were given.
Yep, no worries for my
Like, I think a top-level team KOs off that a lot of the time. Thank you so much for the raid, Devil. Devil is a fellow competitive player, plays for Black Komodo, is the captain of it. And they're very active in the competitive scene. Hello!
Take me dead for now. That's okay.
Right now we are doing a Metafy lesson for a team consisting of... The player we're watching is Sofa King, and then we've got Eon and... Oh my god, I'm blanking. I know this. Cuber, right. In the voice call with us as well. So that's everybody except the E-leader player, who is not here right now.
Oh, damn. Roller tapped in right zone, sharking. Left zone.
That jump is probably not
might
one
be dead
that
for now.
you
That's
wanted
okay.
to go into just based on what was happening. We have ink going down over here on the
Oh,
map.
damn. Roller tapped in right...
We also have ink going down over here. We've just lost control of the basket, and so we already know that the enemy team has pushed from here and is heading this way. So, something that messes with a lot of people's understanding of jumps is that their team will be getting pushed back, and so they'll still have some paint down on the map. And people will look at the map and be like, oh, that part of the map is still painted our color. We're fine. But they're not recognizing the trend, the pattern that, oh, there wasn't yellow here, and now there is, which means there's someone about here, which means there's about to be paint here, and they're about to be, oh, shoot, wait, they're about to be right on top of me. You've got to think ahead a little bit, think ahead about 3 or 4 seconds to decide whether it's going to be safe once you get there, not whether it's safe if you were to teleport to that spot right now.
Right zone sharking.
Right.
Left zone, excuse me. Nice, good trade. All right, let's reset here. Wait for us to join you. Wait for us to join you.
So, Cuber ends up
Let's
getting
reset here.
picked on the left.
Wait for us to join you.
It's hard to see exactly what happened there, but there are a lot of long-range weapons that can pick them off from there. So, better safe than sorry in a situation like this. You know, if you try to hold too much ground, a lot of the time you'll end up just staggering and making it easier for the enemy team to walk in and making it take longer to regain that space. So, better to just stay there in pit and wait, especially since that's what's being called on the comms. We're a player down right now, but we're otherwise in a pretty good position
missiles are
to
gonna come out.
defend. Missiles come out, and ooh, we don't want to be pushing right here as the missiles come out. We still don't have our 4th player
Missiles
yet.
are going to come up.
I think this is a little bit over aggressive, especially since of Eon, that is, especially since we've got Sofa backing up into pit at the same time Eon is moving forward. I want Eon calling out that they're pushing if they're going to do this, so that Sofa knows to either help or tell them that they can't help. Because at this point, Eon's going to end up in a 2v1 with missiles on top. Okay, well, that's how that goes.
We're even.
It looks like they do get a trade, though, which is about the best case scenario. I think you can probably go for better than that trade there. I think if you go for that trade after you've had time to farm Tacticooler, now that trade is actually to your advantage, for example. Or if you go for that trade when somebody else is putting pressure on, maybe you get that pick cleanly instead. So while, you know, it's not the worst outcome, definitely probably could have been better, and I wouldn't have advised going for it there. At this point, with the Flingza in that position, first of all, you've come this way, I think, 3 times already now, and so the Flingza appears to be expecting you here. So that's one thing to keep in mind. Like, if you've gone there multiple times, especially if you've fought the same player there multiple times, you have to start anticipating that they're going to be planning around that. So they just dive in here after you, which they should do, because they should be winning this, and they keep putting themselves in positions where they're not going to.
We're even.
Like, what should happen here is they swim, jump at you with the horizontal flick already on the way, and you have nowhere that you can run in time. Instead, they back up far enough that this doesn't actually one-shot you, and now they have to get a second flick out. But the problem is that you have no cover from it and no way to get out. So I think the best thing you can do here is maybe try to, like, get a bomb down underneath, because you're not going to be able to shoot them. And I think they cut off your escape route here with one of their flicks. Yeah, that one right there is making it so you have nothing but yellow paint behind them. So with you being this weak, it doesn't matter how far away you are from them. You've already exhausted the I can take one flick policy.
Yeah.
It might be better to just, like, try to get behind the pillow here, maybe jump away from them and make them miss, or just throw a bomb over here and try to force them to move before they can flick.
Oh, roller got meaner.
What you could also do if you are trying to make them miss, if you notice that this is like the vertical flick and you're trying to make it more difficult, is like put a dot of paint here and put a dot of paint here and maybe start to move to it, but then immediately strafe back in the opposite direction so that they think you're going this way, and then you back up the other way and they aim over here when you're actually going this way. That's probably your best bet to make them miss if that's what you're trying to do.
A roller got me in our pit.
End of the day, we just didn't want to be that close to that corner in the first place. Good job from Cuber to get into that choke point and clean this up.
That's right.
Yeah, really, really good play from Cuber there. That kind of saves the game on you guys.
Nice.
Because they have a really good position on you until they get those picks. What you want to do in a position like this where you're outnumbered is don't be in the enemy team's way. Be along the way. Don't be, you know, the British army blockading the street against you. you know, in broad daylight with all of their colors, be, you know, ambushing them from the side of a ditch. That's how we won the American Revolution. And that's how you're going to win when you're outnumbered in a game of Splatoon.
Noted.
You don't
Revolution.
you don't announce yourself. You use guerrilla warfare. You get them before they can see you, because that's how you gain that advantage. If you can stop them from getting in here with overwhelming force, that's great. But if they're going to get through one way or another, then be along the side. Don't be on the objective line. Come in from 90 degrees. And then you'll have the best chance of actually getting picks off of that. Because you'll get one basically for free. And then after that, it's up to the other players to notice and respond. And at lower to mid-level, a lot of the time you'll catch people, even if they should have time to respond in theory after you've gotten their teammate, you'll catch them trying to just put clams in and just being like, too much is going on. I don't want to think about it. I'm just going to throw clams, because throwing clams is at least good. But they'll lose their push faster because they're doing that, and you can capitalize on that.
Yeah, I agree. One still under basket. Nice, 3 down. Find the shot. Shots last. That's right. That's a wipe. We can set up here again. We got to paint up.
All right. Again, we're spending a lot of time like painting specifically pit, and it's like if you're going for more special charge, I get it, but there are more important things to paint, and I would try to focus on those and prioritize those a little bit more. It's very rare that you're actually going to need that very back corner of pit painted for any combat reason. If you're getting pushed back that far, you should probably have just gotten behind the pillow and jumped out already. Because if someone's engaging so hard that they're going all the way down in here, when this is really irrelevant to their control of the basket, then they're wasting enough time that it's worth it for you to just get out of there anyway. And they probably have an overwhelming numbers advantage that makes them feel comfortable doing that, so you don't want to be in there.
Last one, right?
All right, so we've got our special, but notice we're still not even in mid, despite the fact that we just won a fight. And part of that is because the spots that we're painting are so far back. I think that if you focus on painting stuff that's actually in your team's way to get to the basket, they can move up a little bit faster. Like, Eon's already itching to get up there, and Cuber is not far behind. If we had more paint for Eon to work in front, then they might be able to set up for more picks in better places. But as it is, they're kind of held back a little bit.
Last one, right?
So we've already got 2 power clams, actually. I would definitely advise against ever having 2 power clams. That's maybe a controversial take. I think there are probably some situations where it can work, like if you're going for multiple clam jump strats with Kraken or something. There are times where that's not the worst thing, but I don't like it because it reveals you. You don't have control of the basket yet, so there's going to be at least a fight between when you make that power clam and when you're able to score it. And during the time that fight is happening, you're at a disadvantage because you've got the power clam. Also, when you try to push in and score, you're going to completely exhaust all of the clams that you have in your possession in one throw. And then you're going to have to run back and get more if you want to score any more at all. You're not going to keep the basket open as long that way. Finally, throwing the power clam is shorter range than throwing individual clams. And you can, in theory, score slightly more by throwing a bunch of individual clams at once. In practice, throwing the power clam is probably going to get you more, because if the enemy team's letting you stand still and throw 7 individual clams, then they're getting beaten pretty badly, and it's gonna happen anyway. But it's generally better, in my opinion, that there are trade-offs, obviously, but I think it's generally better to only have the 1 power clam, and ideally to only make it when it's time to score, not to have to fight an entire engagement in neutral while 2 of your players are just revealed at all times.
Last one, right? Yeah.
Do more like picking up clams and then stopping at 7.
Looking right.
Nice, great work. Another blaster right. Oh, fuck.
Okay, we get one.
Try striking.
We're starting to move in. We throw the tri-strikes out, and we want to be, you know, pretty far forward once these go out so that they smoke screen us, and then we're immediately on top of the enemy team. Because what's going to happen here is they're going to smoke screen us, and then we're going to be out in the open, and we still aren't going to be close enough, and we have to push a little bit further in.
Traded with blaster.
So we end up
We're
getting
one,
one, which is good. We've got our
Push up, push up, push up.
tacticooler, and that's a valuable trade.
Yeah, push.
We're pushing people
Nice,
out of the
great
way.
work.
This is great. This is great. We still had one player on the right that you saw, and
Yeah,
that
push
I
right with
think
blaster.
we
We're up one. We're up
didn't
one.
call out.
Traded with blaster. We're up one. We're up one. Push
Oh,
up,
maybe
push
you
up, push
didn't
up.
see it. Maybe you didn't notice. But right there, I'm going to back up a few frames. Right here, we see two players. And it's a little bit weird to see as a still, but here's one and here's another. And in motion, if you look for them, you will see both of them.
Oh, yep.
So I knew that there were two there, and what I'm doing is calling that there's still one right pit,
Sir, we're up one. We're up one.
or one right cubby.
Push up.
But I think you just don't
Yeah,
notice.
push.
And
Nice,
so
great
then
work.
that player comes in and flanks the power clam, and now you've got this engagement on your hands. I like that bomb. Ooh, okay. I guess with not a lot of staying power, it might be the best idea to just get this out of here. But from here, that player is not stopping you from scoring necessarily. You might not want to score for other reasons, because you'll get this score in, then you'll be at 48, and if you can't get anything more in after that, then that might actually be one of your last chances to score here, depending on how badly the fight goes. But they're not stopping you from getting to the basket right here, and it might be worth it to just paint forward and go get it.
All right, backing up.
'Cause that was a
this
chance to put some clams in, and they would have focused more on you, I think, if you had gone for it.
So both
And that
blasters
might,
coming
you know,
out.
draw them out and make them move predictably
Try
if the enemy
striking
team.
left.
I don't know. It's a tough call there. As long as you recognize that it was possible, though, and you're making a conscious decision
Watch
about
it
whether or
on top,
not
man.
to go for it, I think we're good.
Yeah.
Okay, that's two down there. I like that we're waiting for Eon
down.
to come and help us, and we end up getting
Bring
them
it, bring
anyway,
it, bring
but
it. Go,
good
go,
stuff.
go.
With your movement, I want you to get more used to
down.
not
Bring
just
it up,
keeping
bring it
your
up, bring it
camera on the floor while you're doing this.
Okay.
So aim down at the ground and fire the shot, and then aim back up. Rock your controls back and forth a little bit. Fair warning that I'm about to do something on screen that does tend to activate people's motion sickness. So be ye all warned. But let me really quickly change windows for you too. Hello? I don't have a projection up. Now I do. And now I can show that to you. Okay. So you're using the easier method, which is look down at the floor, shot, and I'm just holding the ZL button down the whole time. This works, but you have very little information about what's going on around you while you're doing this. It's like, oh hey, there's a dummy here. Oh, actually, there's like 10 of them. What I do, and what I see higher level players doing, is every time I'm moving, I'm rocking my camera back so that I have information about what's around me while I'm doing that sort of thing. And you can even do this a little bit while you're moving sideways or like backwards from something. But while I'm doing this, I'm getting a lot more information about the state of the game, even though I'm still keeping myself mobile.
Okay.
So, you know, as jittery and uncomfortable as that might be for people who are watching, when you're in control of it, it makes it easier to see what's going on. So, that is something that I would definitely start working on in the training room, because a lot of the times here where you're lacking information, it might just be because of the way that you're moving. And the fact
Gotcha.
that that's putting your camera off what's going on around you all the while. So, I'm going to really quickly switch windows for you. So now that's there, and I can X out of this, and then we should be good.
Go, 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 go.
Okay. Ooh, okay, that was a little bit risky.
Go, 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 go.
Once you've painted all of this up, like this, everybody who's on defense is expecting you to push around this corner.
Yeah.
And you can see
All
they
those
threw a
bombs coming out.
ton of bombs right in your way. And that's
Down.
because you're
Hurry up,
painting
hurry up,
around
hurry
that
up. Go,
corner,
go, go, go.
and they're seeing that paint go there, and everybody, you know, even without thinking about it, is going to be like, oh, there's paint there. That means there's someone going to be there soon. And they're going to throw the bomb to try and prevent you from doing that. What I would do is paint this up and then rotate around the box and actually come at it from a straight angle. Or at least like look around the corner a little bit with the camera so that I can see if anyone's going to do that. You're able to thread your way through it all, although someone actually does get caught up in it here.
Yep.
Yeah, it looks like we're just... Eon, I feel like, is trying to rush in a little bit too fast there. Because that's just running around a blind corner without paying any heed to what's around it. At least in your case, like, there wasn't something around it. And you, as soon as you noticed that there was something, you ran away from it. But here, I don't think Eon even had the information on their screen to know that there wasn't something there.
Yeah, lost now. Oh, damn.
Ooh, that's a good collapse on their
Yep.
part. So they dropped someone down over here, and they've also got someone in front. And they get you distracted in the front,
Yeah, lost now.
and then the blaster pops up over the ledge here. I don't know if you noticed the player drop down
Yep.
right here.
Oh,
But you
yeah.
see this
No, I didn't
blaster
see
getting
that.
into position on your screen.
Yeah, lost now. Oh, damn.
Yeah, they're doing a smart job of using this area here to split the offense. Where some of you are looking this way, but then some of you have to look this way. And between the two of those, they're pinching you.
Grab our petty, somebody. Damn it.
Yeah, this is just a tough one. But for Cuber, I can only speculate exactly how you played it because I can only see it from the map screen. But first thing to do, put a bomb in front of them.
Okay.
Make it so that, like, even if they're painting their way forward, they can't actually advance. Number two, as soon as they start painting forward, paint their feet. Get it to where they... Because what happens here is they just keep moving. They ignore you. They can't do that if you have painted their feet, because then they're stuck, and they have to repaint that spot, and they're going to have to stop from the position that they're in to do that.
Right.
From the way they move in, I can clearly tell that, like, there's nothing impeding them from just painting their way forward, and that's exactly what you need to provide. You need to put, like, a bomb in front of them, or if you don't have the paint to do that, then at least paint in front of them, and then when they advance into your line of fire, not only are their feet painted, but they're getting stopped. Like, you can pre-fire them from that kind of angle, since you see where they are, and their paint is showing exactly what angle they're planning on taking to get there. This is a situation that's definitely, it's possible to stop them. And maybe, you know, finding the aim is difficult, but painting their feet in front of them is way easier than trying to hit the shots on them. Don't try to hit them in this situation, just stop them from moving forward first, and then find your shots.
Okay.
Grab our petty, somebody. Damn it. Alright, that was a close one.
All right. So big things to focus on would be when you start pushing in clams, set up more of a defensive perimeter around the basket so that the enemy team can't just like walk up to the basket for free. Every time you guys scored, they were just kind of getting back to the basket. No one was trying to stop them. We were, if anything, behind the basket.
Sure.
And we need to stop them from getting close enough to shoot anyone who is throwing clams into the basket, which means we need even more space than we would take even just to get control of the basket itself.
Yeah.
Secondly, blind corners are something that I'm seeing multiple of us not handling super well. We really want to be using our camera to look around them. We want to be getting paint around the corner if we're going to take it slowly, and we want to get information around that corner before we push around if we're going to try and do it quickly. We're doing a pretty good job of accelerating after fights, at least in neutral. Like, we're doing a good job of recognizing we want to fight, pushing up, getting numbers advantage, pinching people. Like, all of that stuff is coming along really well. The big thing is actually getting control of the basket and knowing what to do in order to enforce that zone. If we had done that, we easily could have KO'd off of some of those pushes. We had enough players down and we had enough players in position to stop them that definitely could have just happened then and there. On defense, we're doing generally a pretty good job of taking off angles, of recognizing that, like, when we don't have an advantage, we want to create one by, again, ambushing them from ditches. But we also want to make sure that we're not going in for those kinds of ambushes too early if we don't have to. Like, if in the case where, like, Cooper got that triple, that was a situation where you kind of needed to stop them from putting too many more clams in, because that would have gotten them really close to KO. And the fact that you were still there able to stop it before they got clams in the basket and they were all funneled into that choke point, that all made it more possible to go for that. But you don't want to be going in for just like a 1v3 or a 2v3. There are a lot of situations where you guys get picked, especially against the blasters, because you're just a little bit too close to where they are when you don't have an advantage as a team. And this is something that I struggle with myself, getting caught out when I'm just a little bit too close to the battle lines and they accidentally find me, or they know that I'm there and they rush me and I can't get away in time. Like, that's something I'm still working on personally. That's a tricky thing for me too. But especially with weapons that are trying to kill us that hard. You know, weapons that one-shot us, weapons that have attacks that can go over ledges and stuff. We have to remember that our cover might not matter. We have to remember that we might get outranged, we might get one shot. Like, there are a lot of things that can go wrong if we get too close. And so we always want to collect a little bit more information against weapons like that before we go in to make sure that we're going in on the right cycle, as in they don't have the fire rate to be able to get us down yet, and that we're going in at a range that's advantageous to us and with enough ink to be able to move around if we need to.
Right, yeah.
Do you guys have any questions for me?
Yeah, just one quick question. I know we're coming up on time here. So one thing that we tend to struggle with a lot that was noted at one particular point when we were like all up on that dome during the push, I think when 3 of us were up there, we just have this natural tendency to clump together and we're really trying to break it. Is there some kind of a deeper kind of mindset thing that we can do, or is it really just straight up a matter of looking where your teammates are and picking a different angle?
That is one really important one. Another thing is, as a team, you want to have a general game plan of what needs to be controlled. If you've got a plan for, here's how we lock out the basket on umami clams, then you can look out at the map and be like, okay, here's one area that we need that we haven't gotten control of yet. Because that dome is honestly, like, unless you've got a crab tank or something long range that you can post up there, it's not going to help you that much in a clams push. Yes, it's high ground, but for one thing, it's partly blocked by the basket. And for another thing, it's so far away from the basket that you need a longer ranged weapon to be able to hit anything before it's going to be able to hit your teammates. So, like, that spot, if you've got a crab, put it there. If you're trying to launch tri-strikes from a safe place, launch them from there. If your E-leader can get in there, holy moly, that would be a strong position, I would think. But also, like, we're just putting everybody there, and that's not a good space for most of those weapons. So, like, what we wanted was for the Tri-Slosher to be playing maybe the corner, the area, like, up in front of the basket right next to the ramp, because that's going to be a strong place for them, and then maybe someone on the left block. And that way you're going to be able to handle someone coming from left grate, you're going to be able to handle someone coming from the ramp. And then you want somebody in a position where they can watch the right pit in case someone drops out there, while somebody's going out into mid to collect more clams. That would be an arrangement that would cover more ground, would take up more space on the map. And so something that you can just do is go into sendu.inc/builds, or slash plans, sorry. Oh, I've actually got Umami pulled up. That's
nice.
Oh, no, not mini-map. There we go. Why did it change to Scorch Gorge?
Whoops.
Okay. So, think about, like, okay, here's the basket. If they get into about this radius around it, they're in position to cut us off from being able to score. Maybe not from every angle, but they can definitely be shooting at us. So we need to keep them out of this space. What does being here as a tri-slosher do for you? Not an awful lot. Maybe it lets you put a tacticaler down. And so that's the thinking that I'm doing when I'm thinking of how, like, we want to roll out. Like, how do I keep people out of this area best with my weapon? Mm-hmm. And if I'm thinking about that, then if, you know, I've got a teammate who pushes up and takes this spot, granted that's, you know, one of the best places that I can be at, but I'm like, okay, if they, you know, get through my teammate, I'm going to be able to see that, but me being here on top of them is not how I'm going to keep them out of this area the best, because that leaves this area open. And so I want to make sure that this gap is closed too. And so it's with this goal in mind that I'm contextualizing all of the decisions that I'm making. I know that the goal is to make this happen. And so now the problem-solving process becomes, how do I make this happen with my weapon?
Gotcha.
So,
okay.
If my job is, you know, stop players from dropping down here, then I can position here. If my job is stopping players from taking pot shots from out here, then I position around the box that's right here under the basket that you can't see because of the camera angle. It's right here. If my job is to run back and collect clams, then I'm doing that, but I'm also keeping an eye on this area because this is where they could potentially shoot at me while I'm trying to score on this kind of an angle. So that's kind of how I'm setting that up. Does that make sense? Does that feel like something that you can translate over to other maps?
Oh, definitely, 100%. Yeah.
Okay.
For sure, yeah.
That's the only one I had, gang. I don't know if either of you have any questions.
I do actually have one quick question. So I probably didn't do as good of a job on this match. Usually I try to be the one to go back and forth relaying clams. And this is kind of just something I've been thinking about lately. I tend to not be sure what is the best method of doing this. Would you say it generally tends to be better if I were to toss clams to my teammates so that they can score while I go get more clams at the same time? Or do you think it'd be better for me to get to basket and score while they're engaging in combat?
It depends on the situation. So let's say, for example, that you have a E-leader player right here. And this is one of your goals on this map is to get them set up here. I don't know if, as an E-leader player, this is where you want to be. Maybe this is more dangerous than it's worth. But let's say that was the idea. And then you have frontliner, and support, you know, going back and forth and grabbing clams. This would be a great place to throw the clams up to because you can be, like, in mid and still getting clams in range of the basket because you can get them over the top of this dome. And that would be a really fast, efficient way to get the clams in. If these players are engaged and you don't have anyone you can safely throw the clams to, then maybe you going and scoring them yourself is the best way to go about it because they are doing a good job of keeping this safe, and so you have the ability to be safe, but only if they're firing. If this player has to turn back around to start scoring, then their side of this collapses and you get pushed from here. So that could be something that you want to avoid. It depends on like what your teammates are looking at. So literally just look at what direction they're facing and see if they're engaged with anything. Like if this player is fighting right now, throwing them clams isn't going to help. If this player here is just like waiting for someone to shoot at, or they're, you know, far enough back from any danger that they can shoot, they have plenty of time to deal with shooting at that while they're scoring, then you can just chuck it over to them, and that's going to be really efficient and fast.
Okay, cool. Yeah, that's it for me.
All right. Well, thank you guys so much for reserving the Metafy lesson. Apologies for being late. That is definitely on me. I do apologize for that. But
No worries.
I'm glad
It's all
that
good.
it didn't interfere with anybody's schedule as we were going through all that.
No problem. Thank you for the great insight, as usual.
Yeah, this is so helpful. Thank you.
Very much so. Thank you.
Glad to hear it was helpful. Good luck, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. I have dropped out of that call now. I'm going to go and grab, probably get some food started. Actually, no, I can probably get something in the microwave really quick because I'm starting to get real hungry. But I do want to go back to the review of the match from PAX, the match between Sayo and Crush Soda. We were talking about this earlier before that lesson started, and we're going to finish that up and see the rest of the set out. At that point in time, I probably... Looking the way that it is, I probably won't have time to do the entirety of the review of my old catalog of videos. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe I get through this a lot quicker than I think I will. But I might have to put that off for another time. Maybe we do another stream later on this week where we get that done. But I want to give everything the attention that it all deserves. So, for the time being, I will be right back. I'm just making some food real quick. It shouldn't take very long. Just have to heat something up in the microwave. And in the meantime, I'm going to... Oh, do I not have the cats slideshow on this scene? That's a crime. We've got some new cats that we added here recently. Yeah, we don't have the cats slideshow. It's too big. So, hold on. We're going to get the cats scaled down. There we go. There are our boys and girls. And there's Romeo. Okay. Let's scoot it over just a little bit so that I'm visible on the screen. There we go. That's pretty good. All right. Enjoy the cats. I'll be right back. I think my microphone picks up the microwave. Is it making microwave noises? It's going. Waits for chat to catch up. They hear the Is it like super loud? Okay. Well, there's the food. Quiet but noticeable. Okay, cool. Definitely hear the beeping. All right, all right. Audio is one of those things that it's really hard to determine what's going on with on Twitch. You kind of just got to ask the audience or like get a recording of it yourself to really know how that's coming through, because OBS does not make it easy. Twitch does not have a great testing suite. You kind of just got to do it and see how it sounds. I wish there was a little bit more thought put into that aspect of the whole procedure, but here we are. And heaven knows that sound is one of the harder things in any kind of production. You know, you go into a concert and what do they call it? A sound check, because that's the hard part. Is that a pull of meat? It's rice and beans with cheese and ham in it. Chad always wants to know what I'm eating. Very, very curious to hear what my diet is, I suppose. Any good resources for improving at the carbon roller? It's hard to find anything that it doesn't say exclusively beginner level information. There are only so many carbon roller players, and none that I know that are like prolific content creators. Definitely go and follow, you know, your players like Volty, who are out there trying to make it work. Any kind of information that they put out there on Twitter is going to be gold for you. Anytime you can get video footage, go and watch that. Try and study and see what it's like. I don't know about weapon-specific discords for like the carbon roller. I don't know if there's a group of people who are labbing that out, but if you were to just go and like literally ask Volty or someone like that about it, I'm sure that they'd have an answer. So, are you a big cashew guy? I do like cashews. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the mic letting you hear Romeo meows is a really important feature of the stream. Volty, V-O-L-T-Y. Like that. Okay. Astral Burb. I like that tag. All right. So I'm going to be doing a little bit of munching, but I will also get back to the analysis here. My phone upside down. I was very confused and I could hear you, but you weren't in the bottom right corner. Ah. You can go to... The links don't work. Links don't work in here, Fade. So it should be censoring those, I think. Unless it's maybe working in one platform and not another. Any casts on... Oh, is it on Sendu? I actually didn't know about this feature. I'm going to go and investigate. No, no, crud. Oh my god. I got to the completely wrong place there. No. We'll find it again. But Sendu. So you're saying that if I go blank to videos, would it be user search? Builds? Oh, videos. There's a videos tab right there. Videos, and then we're looking for weapon. Oh, that's cool. I didn't know this existed. Thanks for pointing that out. Neat. I'll have to keep an eye on that. It must take forever for someone to input all of these matches into this system, so somebody's doing a lot of work that they're not getting paid for. But that is very neat. Alright. Well, today I learned a thing. Okay, Crush Soda Sayonara. We want to be very careful not to give spoilers. There's game 2, and here should be game 3 pretty soon here. Oh wait, no, we were on game 4. We were on game 4. There we go, okay. This was where we were. Okay. Some of the weapons from Sendu data mine don't work? Ooh, okay. Good to know. How can you get out of stressful when the whole enemy team is invading? So if the enemy team is trying to spawn camp you, that's actually a disadvantageous position on most maps. Most of the time you have high ground over them. And the only way that you can mess the defense up against evenly skilled opponents is by going in one at a time and giving them a numbers advantage. Just hold the advantageous position you have, wait for your teammates, all go out at once, especially if you've got a special to go out with after that. Okay. What about that AI you mentioned someone made to check the splash-o-matic ratio? It wasn't an AI per se. It was just a tool that's going up and looking at these pictures here and comparing them to the images themselves and counting them. I'm sure someone could make a thing like that to log those. It's just, it takes someone making a thing like that to log those. Hey, KO. Yeah, we've been streaming for, how long now? 3 hours. So we've been talking a lot about positioning for Clam Blitz and things like that. Generally, been talking a lot about how double splash works. So probably nothing that's super new to you at this point, having been a competitive player for as long as you have been. Might have been good to have you around for when we were talking about E-Leader a little bit, but so far they've been playing very similar comps. It's been double splash machine and then a +1 that they think is their best option. For Kyo, it's typically been the Tri Nouveau because he's cracked on Tri. And then for Sayonara, it's been either .Q's E-Leader or the T-Tech for Tri-Striking Crabs. And they've been sticking to the T-Tech for the last few games, even though they lost on the last one. All right. So it is here that I was mentioning earlier, Crush Soda takes control because even though it's a 3v2 situation in Crush Soda's favor, Sayonara's favor, two of these players are respawning. .Q is off getting clams, and when Fuzzy gets forced away from the right-hand side, now Crush Soda has a pinch. They have one player coming from this direction. We see these lines here. These were created by that machine. And then we have Bert, who is pinching from this side, and so now Sun and Fuzzy get stuck, and this is where the push dies. So Fuzzy goes down. Sun is able to trade back. Oh, they actually get the trade there. So now it's just .Q versus Goss, and .Q is not in a position to be able to contest the basket anymore. So there's no way that they're going to be able to actually score anymore. .Q's not even concerned with that. .Q is trying to hurt the enemy team's clam economy. She's collecting clams that are in mid that would be easy for Crush Soda to grab, and now they can't grab them. Now Sayonara has control of them instead. And if Sayonara were to get another push, they would be able to push more quickly because they wouldn't have to stop to pick up clams again. So, smart play. They've already got all of the paint control they could want. .Q is not going to be able to get much more special charge for the crab, and revealing herself at this point when players like Goss are going to start pushing up, probably not the best idea, so they're just going to grab some clams and keep themselves safe. So they actually end up making a clam here. I'm not sure I like that idea. That might have been a mistake. But, like, they don't need to score. They really don't. What they want to do is defend effectively. And if they can do that, they should be able to get another score in with the amount of map control that they've earned so far. But holding the power clam doesn't seem like it's a good plan for them right now.
Immense lead in clamlets. They also have a lot of turf. Crush Soda has a lot of turf to be able to.
When I talked to Ren, who is Sayonara's coach, the last time one of these events happened, and I went and VOD reviewed them, one of the things he said was that he personally just doesn't like where the team was at that time in Clamblitz. He thought that was their weakest mode. And it's been a little while since then, and there's been a lot of roster switches and stuff, but it'll be interesting to see how they've changed their game plan since then.
Kind of navigate through to be able to even make it back to mid.
Okay, so trade goes Sayo favored in mid. Oh, man. Okay, so everybody... That's kind of how this game works at the top level, you know? A fight breaks out and then everybody dies. Because what you're going to do when a fight happens, as the teammate of the fighter, is you're going to be in range to trade that player back to get the opponents who you already damaged, who just barely managed to get you, because they're looking in the wrong direction and they're already partway damaged. That's just always an advantageous fight for you to take. The problem is, it's also an advantageous fight for their teammate to take when they get to that fight. And so, when one person goes down, typically you're going to see like 3 or 4 go down all at once, because they're all just trading back and forth.
They also have a lot of turf. Crush Soda has
So here, Kyo goes for a trade on the crab.
to be able to
Doesn't manage to get the crab. It stays alive long enough for its teammates to come and collapse on him. He goes down. Goss comes in to try and help Kyo, gets one, and then gets traded by the crab. So now that's like 3 people down really quickly. All because Kyo made one play to try and attack the crab. Now, Q starts going in with this tri-strike. We know exactly where... Oh, no, is this Sun? This is Sun. What am I saying? Sun starts going in with this tri-strike. We know exactly where this tri-strike is going.
make it back to mid.
They just want to fight. They're going to start pushing the basket. So notice how Wave is shifting over to the left to be out of the way of this, but to be able to engage on the basket when they start moving in. And now Bert starts going in. Bursty starts hitting the burst bombs. And slows .Q and Sun down. Kyo has jumped in time. They get one power clam in, but then the other one's traded back, and now Fuzzy trades back that one. Trades everywhere, all very fast. That's typical of high-level play. If you have teammates that are going down alone that aren't being traded back, that often indicates a lack of teamwork, a lack of awareness on your team's part of your teammates' positions.
No, 2-1 numbers advantage over.
But this trade goes solidly in Sayonara's favor because at the end of it all, they have someone who's able to pick up that power clam and throw it in.
This could do
And they only need 2 more.
more in there.
Literally 1 clam, and they've got it.
Gonna tie this up at 2 games apiece, which, guess what, everybody? Game 5, just around.
As a general rule, trades go in favor of the team that has the advantage. Because if right now one team has an advantage over the other, and you just trade 1 for 1, the other team still has an advantage over the other. And they're actually going to have it for longer, because the players who traded are going to have to respawn before that comes undone.
Around the corner.
Oh my goodness, Sayonara seems incapable of playing sets that don't end in threat. And leave
So template.
So we have a game 5.
measured on that to play on.
Already we see
Everybody loves a game 5. And the game 5 is Zone's Manta Maria. Ooh, we've got kill on the Stamper now. That's exciting. Probably didn't like the range of the Tri-Slosher for this map, because one of the most important things to hit up over is bunker. And it's kind of hard to reach very far over that with a Tri-Slosher. But you don't want a second machine, and maybe you wanted the utility of the Stamper here, and the extra range or something. So they're pulling that out here. That's going to give them more range than anything on Sayonara's team. Sayonara's staying the same comp that they've been using before.
some changes here, Nye.
Again, this entire set has been double splash machine and then just one other weapon. That's all the comps have been.
Everybody, the big sword, as we call it, the Splatana Stamper from Kyo is out. This is a weapon that absolutely loves.
I like how 9 is having to explain that we call it a sword. Like, Splatana. I guess it makes sense that some people wouldn't get that. But also it's like, what else here? What else here seems like a sword? I don't know.
Loves and thrives. The current meta, Kyo is going to move forward and attack and fight.
Actually, it's a chainsaw.
Weapon could put the opponent in a real bad spot. It absolutely loves
Okay, what happens here?
the current meta. Kyo is going to move
We've got Crab that's about to come out on bunker immediately.
see all the
And it's immediately aiming at this one on the left, probably because it was called out. Ooh, excuse me, because it was called out. Crush Soda are committing 2 crabs right away to try and control zone,
put the opponent in a real bad
which
Early lead for Sayonara.
might be a little bit dangerous if those resources don't get enough, but they do get 3 down. Notice how Kyo here, I like this play that they have set up. What they do is, Kyo, you see him coming up onto the mast after the crab is focused on the left-hand side and, you know, worrying about this one. And then once their crab comes out on bunker, Kyo is here on the mast to help shred it. He's throwing, like, charge slashes when he can or whatever to break the crab before he gets extra help and try and suppress it. So .Q is stuck over here against Bert's crab, and they're able to get control of the zone that way. Oh, but Leafy jump in? Yeah, Leafy jumped into .Q, and I think that didn't get seen. Where does she come from? Yeah, okay, there was a super jump there. And is just immediately on top of Kyo. Gets the one shot that she needs. So that might help them start coming back in. Leafy's trying to fight this, and wise to back off, I think. Heals up.
Both zones in order to
Is able to at least neutralize the zones.
on your score.
Now everyone's pretty much back in, and it's just going to be a question of when the specials come out.
Thing to do.
Still slight advantage for Crush Soda. They use the Booyah Bomb to clear the bunker, and rather than try and rush the bunker, they're just going to try and cap the left and corner everyone who's on the plat here. So one immediate concern is that as soon as the Booyah Bomb gets unpainted, somebody's going to be coming from bunker to attack them. I'm curious to see what they decide to do about that.
Yeah, and one other thing to note here that makes this such a
Okay,
difficult
so they actually, Crush Soda plays a lot more conservative after that. I guess the Booyah Bomb probably forces them off of bunker completely. Bert's still there. Bert just gets up onto the top to crab, I guess.
note here that makes this such a difficult map even amongst
But it's 2 down for Crush Soda at this point, so they're just going to get hunted down. Goss doing what they can to buy time at this point. There's not much else that they're able to do if they're stuck that far in. But that stagger is going to help for Sayonara to be able to hold. Sun is in pretty deep. Ends up getting a trade.
And on top of that, it's a long way to swim. So that means if you have control of the center and can get stealth,
Zipcaster is available. Kyo is using it here. Oh my god, what? Is there a bomb? What got Kyo there?
so that means if you have control of the center and can get stealth,
Because Fuzzy's jumping. Oh, Leafy comes up from behind. That's what happens. And then gets traded by the crowd. Oh, man. Crush Soda has just not gotten control of mid since the very beginning. They got to push to 15, and then they haven't been able to break back in.
They are, but we do see specials start to come out from Crush
Okay,
Soda.
Booyah Bomb goes out. That's not even going to displace anybody. Like, everyone's already not in position for that Booyah to do anything.
May be able to take
Unlucky.
both of the zones back.
Oh, Sun goes down, though.
Is,
That might be an opportunity for Crush Soda. They've got a crab on the one side. They're going to try and get control of the bunker. Okay. That was a really, really important take back there, and they used a lot of resources and lost a lot of players doing it, but at least they saved the game. Now it's starting to run away from them a little bit. Sayo 3 down now. Let's see how they decide to retake. Looks like they're mostly going to be playing from this top right side. Looks like most of them are moving toward that. They're not going to try and play bunker too much. Because, like, you've got Kyo sharking here, which feels more like a Tri-Slosher thing to do than a Stamper thing to do, but I get it. And then they've got Wave on bunker here. The right side is probably the weakest point here, but they do have Crab and Crab in these two positions. Crab in this position, I don't know if I like Goss being here. I feel like I'd like them being on bunker more. We'll see what they're able to do with it. Oh, they tried to go too early and Kyo got Leafy there. They do have 3 specials, though. If they're not heavily engaged right now, they can just stop moving, keep these specials, and have 3 ready to go as soon as Leafy's respawned. This only has to set them back like 10 seconds.
that's what that weapon brings to the table. You can see all 3 specials are online for Sayonara. How long are they going to wait before they pull the trigger?
So they're striking pretty far forward. They're striking bunker. They're striking mid. They still haven't cleared Kyo out. Are they trying to maybe isolate Kyo or just ignore him? Doesn't look like anyone's going for Kyo here. They're just going for the right side. They're trying to use all of their specials to stop it right here. Man. It doesn't feel like Sayo got a lot out of that push. They still don't have the flip. It's not neutralized. They did finally get Kyo down somewhere back in there. What happened? Leafy goes back and is able... I guess they get him out of a zip or something. He's literally not on the screen. I don't know what happened. But that's 1 down for Crush Soda. And the trade goes down here, so it's still an advantage maintained for Sayo. This crab is going to end soon, and it's not going to be able to just hold the zone by itself anyway. And now Wave is really stuck. Ooh, but wait, Bert got 2 there. So the cap happens, but Crush Soda back in control here.
And Crush Soda does get that zone back very, very easily.
So that was a good solo play here. What happens? Looks like they just like double burst bomb or something, or double expo shot someone. Yeah, okay, so Bert hits an expo shot on Sun on this side and then tracks him to the other side, anticipating that he's going to run away in this direction, and hits him on the other side too. So he gets 1 there, and then Fuzzy is looking in the opposite direction right now.
Really kicking, but
I don't know. What's Fuzzy looking at there? Fuzzy saw this and I guess engaged on it, and now he's kind of stuck over here. Oh, and he didn't want to push the angle Wave was on because it's a machine and that wins the 1v1. And with bursty up on top. Yeah, Fuzzy got into some trouble there. Got overcommitted.
Kicking, but they're not securing the zone. They're just really trying to make that penalty happen. And Crush Soda does
So
get
Sayonara needs to try again to really get a firm hold. That fight wasn't good enough for them. There's going to be a machine already. Crab Tank looks like it's out. And Kyo goes down, so that's an opening. Kyo's been getting really isolated here. It feels like they're counting on Kyo to be able to just hold in a 1v2 or something in their street. But, like, they're not sending anybody forward with him. Like, last time there was at least someone on bunker to maybe be able to drop down and help if need be. But I think since previously they ignored Kyo and just went to the far right and dropped multiple crabs there, everyone else was either respawning or just focusing on that left-hand side, anticipating that was where the push was going to come from. And so maybe this was a little bit of a mind game on their part, that this time, instead of ignoring Kyo, they just dove Kyo. Or maybe they had information to know that it would be safe. I don't know.
There, simply firing at anything that is marked and turns your color when you shoot at it here. The way that these teams are fighting, this is still a great position in Goss.
This is really smart of Goss. Instead of overcommitting to try and get up on top of the same level as the crab, he's just firing a couple shots at it like, hey, you better stop me, and then dipping down to a much harder place to hit. And the crab is forced to kind of look down at him and shoot shots in an irrelevant place that it's unlikely to be able to hit anyway, and waste some of the duration of the special.
Completely break this game open. Somebody rotated out. Goss goes away and goes.
Oh, Crush Soda still has it. Oh, but Goss is trying to go for the flank here and doesn't have information on somebody who's spawning back in from street level.
Completely break this game open.
And this right here is probably like a map check moment. The player on bunker is probably checking maps, seeing, okay, they painted all of this, which means that they need to make this jump, which means we know that they're coming this way. That's my guess about how they knew this was coming. Either that or they just got lucky and had someone watching the left anyway. But good stuff from .Q. And, oh my god, wait, they still might take lead here.
Jumps in, the Splash-O-Matics are coming back. They only need it for just a couple more seconds. Can they hold? They cannot.
And Sayo holds. That might not be important at all, but it does at least put the pressure on Crush Soda to have to push in again. And with the neutral engagements going this back and forth, that's not a guaranteed thing to happen in the next minute and 20 seconds. So that's a good look for Sayo, but it's not over yet. Brianna, secondary abilities are turned off. In Nintendo tournaments, it seems that you're not using your own Switch. They have Switches they provide for you to play on. And so you have access to all of the different main abilities, but they don't let you customize the subs. Which doesn't make any sense to me. That's not the way that we run any LANs. You know, any LAN that's not Nintendo run is never going to do that. Because you just lose a lot of the functionality of the gear that way. But for whatever reason, that's how they run their tournaments. I think the idea is that with events like the Koshin Turf War tournaments, they want people to be able to walk in off the street and just play on any Switch they want. They don't want to disadvantage someone who walked in off the street against someone who's been playing the game for a while longer and has gear built up. Thing is, someone who's just walking in off the street and doesn't know the game is going to lose to those players anyway because of the lack of experience. And also, these are not just players who walked in off the street. So, yeah, I don't know what the deal is with that. But maybe there's a reason that I'm not considering here for why that makes sense. But that's not the way you'll ever see a major LAN run. That's not how your 20Xs, your LTCs, like, that's not how any of that's going to be done in an in-person environment. Oh, no, wait, 20XX was online. I'm thinking Big House.
And once again for Sayonara, just clinging on to that 2-point lead. But now time is starting to tick down. Milana, you've got the lead, you've got control of the zone. If you're Sayonara, what's going through your mind at this moment?
All right, so they've got Leafy sharking on the right-hand side. That might come in here.
Unfortunately. So
Where? Oh, yep, there's Leafy.
picks
They get one. Kyo trades it back.
You know, get picked off
Your mind at this moment.
But someone on Sayo goes down here.
because that lead is not safe, unfortunately.
Sun goes down in mid to Wave.
You've got the lead. You've got control of the zone. If you're Sayonara, what's going through your
So I'm
mind?
going
at
to
this
just
moment?
keep track of what's going on over there.
It's safe.
Burst Bomb is there to cut Sun off, it looks like, from moving over to that side.
Unfortunately.
And then Sun had been planning on doing that, but the Burst Bomb stopped him, and then Wave is able to go in and capitalize on the indecision there. So, smart team play there. They're calling out one player and putting out resources to focus that down and get the chip damage combo that they need. Leafy on the Shark here. This really feels like a play that a short-range shooter would make. Because Leafy does not have the kill time to trade that and then get another one with two players there in the same spot. That's just going to be a one-for-one trade every time.
Sayonara's game to lose.
Huge awareness by Kyo.
Oh, wow. So, Kyo is popping this to try and get rid of the crab that's on Bunker. Because Kyo is the anti-crab tool that they're trying to bring here. But there's already someone on the wall here to trade that back. Good stuff for .Q. And it gets around and gets Goss too.
Huge awareness by Kyo. Zipcaster trying to come through, but no. Picked off as they were
I think there was a little bit of a squid bag there. I think .Q wanted to tell him something. And then they know that they've got someone covered in here for some reason. They probably just got called out earlier. How does Goss end up over there? It is completely invisible because of where the camera is. I think they know someone's over here, and they've painted so much that they're like, okay, it has to be in one of the corners here. And so Q's checking this corner and just happens to pre-fire him, basically, because she's checking the one angle where he could be at. Q with a triple. Oh my goodness.
A huge grab tank. They fire it again. Those jumps came back in. They're gonna get punished. They have enough time to work through. Bursty has to be really
All right, 30 seconds, and this is a massive advantage for Sayo. They've just won so many fights. That trade is fine because that keeps Sayo at advantage. Bursty's trying to come in, and I don't know what's happening there. It's getting... It feels like Bursty's walking forward here. Oh, okay, so someone noticed him, threw a bomb behind, and now he's forced forward here. I think that's what's happening. And that is a big loss for Crush Soda. They're going to have to wait longer because of Bursty going down there. And they're not going to have any paint to do it with. Kyo sniffed that out, but Sun was able to just get the shots on faster. So Kyo out of the way. Leafy just immediately deleted. Was there a trade there? Who's that below it? It's Wave. Wave does go down, so that's a trade. So Crush Soda gonna try and crab tank their way in. They need the other side zone, and I don't know they get there in time. No, because they have to get through this really narrow choke point to get there. And the Sayonara knows that, and this is really easy for them to keep stuff in. But there's nothing they can do. They have to keep pushing it. And they're just not going to get there in time. So, very, very close. But Sayo ended up making fewer mistakes in the end. Some really good team play on both sides that we saw. And I really like that decision that they made to first ignore Kyo and then immediately dive him. Knowing that was where he was going. That feels like that might have been something that the team planned out in advance. I don't know. But they did a really good job getting through there. And then they just got absolutely dumpstered by Starburst. Oh my god. Starburst is too good. Starburst is scary, scary good right now. So, we will not be getting to analyzing this set or the one against Destiny Bond on this stream. There's not enough time. I at the top of the hour, I've got to be someplace else. But that'd be something to go and look at it at some other point in time. Overall, I feel like they have very similar game plans, and The only differences we're seeing in comps are basically we have one of the best chargers in North America on our team, and so they're going to play charger sometimes. And then also we have probably the best bucket player ever, maybe in North America for sure, on our team. And so we're going to make them play buckets when that's advantageous. But even then, Kyo switched to Stamper at the end, just to see if that would work better in that moment. It looks like they're still experimenting to see which of those things is going to be better for them in the long run or in that moment. But didn't pan out at the end. They did need to figure out something else. And that typically, you know, last game scenarios, if it hasn't been working for a game or two, you'll often see someone switch off of the weapon that they're used to, or a fighting game, the character they're used to or whatever, just to see if changing any other variable will fix something. I think it was close enough between the two teams, and Crush Soda had enough momentum that it probably wasn't that kind of decision. It was probably actually the map mode that they preferred the Stamper to be on. But it's tough to say without, interviewing the players what exactly was going through their heads about that sort of thing. But congrats to Sayonara. That's a big win, and that's a team that has beaten them before. To be able to do that in a situation where their roster's been in flux like it has been is pretty impressive. Unfortunately, it looks like they're not going to be around in this roster for very much longer either, because Sun is leaving the game, just doesn't have the time to commit to staying as good at the game as he wants to be able to be on this team. And I think .Q is leaving for other reasons as well, so they're going to be going their separate ways, at least for the time being. But they put on a good show at the very end, right before that last breaking up of things. So, I'm going to stretch my wrists out a little bit. I definitely want to finish eating real quick, but I might play a few games from there. And happy to answer questions in the meantime. I switched to Twitch. Bet you didn't expect that. I mean, I can't say I did. You got me? Question mark. Let's get our free roll for the day. Well, not free, but very cheap roll for the day. Repeat emote, so free money. Can we get a Romeo status update? He is curled up in his little bed, and he's snoozing. Ooh, a suspicious garbage can. Oh, I already have one. Plastic umbrella. Looks like a Kensa undercover umbrella. Suspiciously like one. What's your question, Jojo? I think Jojo might just be trolling me because I made a whole video about how it bugs me when people are like, I have a question, and they don't say what the question is. Just like, ask the question. It's shorter for everybody. We don't have to have this whole exchange where I'm like, okay, and the question is... We just get straight to the question. People, I don't know, some people troll me about that, and then some people don't know that they're trolling and just look at it and they're like, oh yeah, that's just a normal way to... So, see, like, Punk Rock Squid is definitely trolling right now, but try Zuka tips, like when you should pop it, what you're looking to do when using it, when not to pop it since it doesn't paint the floor that much. Don't pop it if you're ever in any kind of danger, unless you know for sure that the one player who's going after you, you can direct right now. Zuka is best used from a position the opponents don't know you're in, against someone who's maybe unlikely to be looking at you, or is in a position you need to clear. Think of it like you're sharking someone, but instead of having something like a Luna Blaster that hits in spitting distance, you're just going to shark from like really far across the map away. You want to always take into account the arc that it has, the way that it's going to go up and then down in the air. It doesn't fire in a straight line like the indicator says it does. It's going to go up and then down as it follows that line. So you have to think about like what elevation it's going to be at what point in time and get used to that. Don't pop it on an open sight line against a crab. Generally a good practice. Rest in peace, the Wii U and 3DS eShop, and for how it taught me to steal from my parents' bank account. Surely will be missed. Very important lessons, of course, that it's teaching you there. And thank you so much for the donation, Landry Cosby. Do you think we'll see any Chargers playing in meta? Will we see players playing? I mean, we saw it today. Both Wave and .Q running E-Leader on Brinewater. And we also saw .Q's ZNF Charger on Inkblot. There are places where it's good. But typically with backline weapons at top level, you're seeing them pick the Charger for certain map modes and then switching off it in map modes that don't favor the weapon. How much did I miss? You were commenting like right when the stream started. What are you talking about? When did you... I don't know. I'm not... People act like I have this like book full of notes on like, okay, this user has left from the chat and they're going to be... they've returned now. Like, there are what, like, probably 200 people watching or something? My memory already sucks. I guess if someone's like, Mr. Gem Squid School, sir, could I go to the bathroom? Then okay, I know you probably left, but... Favorite new lobby music? Favorite music is always Chirpy Chips. If there's Chirpy Chips involved, that's my favorite. Close second to Ink Theory. What kind of buffs would Glugas need as a main weapon to be viable? There are a lot of different things that could be changed that would make it more viable. It's like... I feel like the question you're really asking me is, like, what would I prefer they change? But, like, in order to make it more viable, like, just think on the extreme end. You could make it so that every time you press the ZR button, all of the entire opposing team gets splatted immediately. You know? There's an infinite number of ways to make a weapon broken. Stronger, certainly. So, the way that you go about doing that is a question of how you want the game to play, which is a more subjective conversation. But you could improve the fire rate. You could improve the ink efficiency. You could make it so that it always 2 shots instead of only 3-shotting when you're standing. You could increase the range. You could decrease the range but improve something else. There's just so much stuff that you could do that, like, again, it becomes a subjective question. Tri-strike tips. What times you show land them all at the same time staggered? So landing them all at the same time is something that you want to do if you've got like someone trapped or need to wall out an area of the map. Landing them one after the other is if you're trying to like chase someone down with them and force them to move, you know, all over the place. You might also throw different strikes at different targets, in which case there's no point in having them all land at once. You just want them to get there as fast as possible. If you want to push in with them, then you want to lob them a little bit more so that you have more time to get close to them, and you're there as they're exploding. What, you mean you don't have a 1,000-row spreadsheet? Everyone has a 1,000-row spreadsheet. I have one, it's just not about that. Hi, Katie. And welcome back. Tournaments normally main both front and backline weapons. So, top-level tournament teams, you know, the teams that were what we were watching today, the teams like your Starbursts, Crushed Sodas, Sayonara, these guys who are really, really, really freaking good at this game. The teams that do not lose to teams that they don't know, they have a much more restricted weapon pool that they will play, because those are the things that have proven to work for them. There might be more room for experimentation than they think there is, or that they're willing to experiment with, but taking a risk on your weapon pool as a top-level player isn't something that people are especially interested in doing if it means that they just committed a bunch of time to a weapon that they end up not being able to win with. So they're going to lean more towards the proven thing and just trying to be better at the proven thing than everybody else is a lot of the time. So there may well be other strategies than what you're seeing at top level that are actually viable. And it was just that at the time that these players were considering those strategies, they were looking at them like, it could work, but we have to spend time learning it in order to see if it does work. And why do that when they could spend time working on what they know will work? So that's one thing that might be affecting the top level meta. But another thing is that if there is a weakness in a weapon, at low level, players are not going to be good at punishing that yet. At top level, every little weakness that something has is going to be punished, even on the top tiers. And so you need to be more strict with how you're playing certain weapons. Like we're seeing chargers only get used at certain times, and that's because that player is looking at that map mode and going, oh, charger's not strong here. And so they're picking something else. Or maybe they're stumbling on a comp like Sayonara ended up playing the same comp 3 games in a row, which might be they're like, oh, hey, this comp is working better for us. Let's just do this. So, because .Q is popping off anyway, so who even needs the charger? With regard to the frontline backline question, though, typically backline weapons are rare, and they're more like map specific. Frontline focused comps have been popular even since Splatoon 2, because they move faster. And at the end of the day, moving faster means that you're able to regain ground and take ground away from the enemy team more quickly. That compromises a little bit on your defense, but top teams seem to find more success with being able to hold with a group of frontline weapons than trying to be able to defend with a group of backline weapons. Today I learned harmonies on chirpy chips. Yep. Yeah, it took me a while to learn that too. You need a gem pro team tier list? I mean, that's what a tier list is. Weapon tier... Oh, pro team? Oh, okay. So we're talking like the teams themselves. Starburst is number 1 in North America right now. As for Japan... It's kind of tough following Japanese teams sometimes because I don't read Japanese, so it's hard to figure out their names. And like it's a lot of work to reference, okay, this one is this player. Oh, okay, that's Sheraton. I know Sheraton. I can't read his name, but I know who Sheraton is, right? and that makes it a lot more difficult to spot like what teams are forming and who they're playing with, and if they're in pickups or if they're in steady teams. That's just research that I have not taken the time to do because I'm not seeing enough video of those players to be going and doing that. But in North America, Starburst is number 1, and then Sayonara and Crush Soda have been competing for that number 2 spot. I would consider Sayonara to have been the underdogs for this tournament here, but they ended up winning. But then they disbanded, so it's Crush Soda is solidly number 2. And then you've probably got like Destiny Bond after that, who have been relatively consistent at competing in these tournaments. And then after that, I mean, New Meta did pretty well recently, so they can make some waves. But there's Starburst, massive gap. Crush Soda, massive gap. Everybody else right now. Destiny Bond might be able to take games. I don't think they're going to take sets right now against Crush Soda. And then everybody else below that is competing maybe with Destiny Bond, but maybe not so much competing with Crush Soda. Crush Soda is going to be the perennial favorite unless Starburst is in that tournament. That's about where we're at right now. Notice do you use run speed on your shooters? Not much. No. I find I get more out of swim speed most of the time. But it's useful for some paint supports to be able to paint faster. Question for real this time. I noticed in rank up battles I get crushed. Does the game purposely put you against those way above your skill level or not? Rank up battles are nearly guaranteed loss every time. I think rank up battles are supposed to be... Maybe I'm wrong, but I think they're supposed to be taken from the pool of players in the rank you're about to move up into, which is why it becomes you need to win 3 out of 3 instead of 5 out of... Or win 3 before you lose 3 instead of 5 before you lose 3, like it has been up until that point. I think that's how that works. Or at least it's trying to average them around that area. I haven't seen anything on data miners from that, so I can only speculate, but that seems to be kind of how it's supposed to work. Yeah. .q is crazy at this game in general. A big .q fanboy right here. Jackpot coming back? Okay. So that's going to be .q, probably Leafy, I would think. And then... who else was on that? Was it Madness? Might have been Madness. I don't remember who else. Woomy Blaster or Vimo Laser? Woomy Blaster. Hi, Ari. Don't top-level comps prefer to have an anchor? Okay. Anchoring is a priority for a team, not a weapon. Now, an anchor weapon, because, people talk about anchorless comps. It's not, according to FLC's theory, it's not that you don't have an anchor. It's that you've got weapons that are not super long range, that are accomplishing those kinds of goals, and they're rotating onto that priority when they need to. It's not that you're dedicating a weapon specifically to just doing that because it's incapable of doing the other objectives. More that it's just like... basically, the question of whether top-level comps prefer to have a long-range backline weapon is no, most of the time. If they're going to have one, it's going to be only one, and it's usually map mode specific. Because right now, you can just run double crab tank. And crab tanks are basically anchor weapons when they pop. Well, if you're always going to have a crab tank active on the map, or at least you're going to have it active for any of the time that you're actually trying to contest the enemy team, then you run out of situations where you actually really need that pressure from the charger. And that's not to say that it's not helpful to have that pressure from the charger, but you're sacrificing the ability to push up in order to run a charger. Doing Starburst versus Seo as well. I don't have time. I might, and I did see the match, but I have to go in the next 20 minutes. I'm just finishing up my food, and then I've got something at the top of the hour. So I'm taking questions in the meantime. I'm eating rice and beans. Leafy, Jared.Q, and Mystery Player. Wasn't Leafy on Jackpot, though? Oh, no, Leafy was the first one you listed. I'm dumb. Interesting. Okay. Everyone except for Starburst disbanded immediately after PAX. Oh, goodness. Even Crush Soda? I didn't hear anything about Crush Soda. Or can you submit photos for the cats and dogs? I take those via DMs. I think I have a section of the Squid School Discord server set aside for those, too. Yeah, it's called Aminal Pictures. And that is where I can go to find images of pets and yoink them for my own financial gain. Would Clash Blaster be good if it could one-shot with directs? That would be... It'd be a really fast fire rate for a blaster, which would make it really difficult to fight at short range. That'd be maybe a little too dominant at short range. I don't know. It wouldn't paint a lot. The one with Trizuku would probably be at least heavily considered. I don't know. That'd be really frustrating to play it against, and I wouldn't want it to be that way. But, I mean, it's hard for me to say. We haven't ever had a blaster that one-shots that moves that fast, so I'd have to see it play out. If you post Kyo's tweet, it'll ban links, which it's unfortunate, but it's like if I don't ban links, then we're gonna have bots posting links for like cam sites or something. So that's the internet for you. I have not rated the old videos, and I will not have time to be doing that on this stream. I've decided to put that off for another time this week. Main power up. Oh my god. If they put damage up on main power up again, that's going to be upsetting. Because main power up actually had a lot of potential to help fix weapons that were not seeing a lot of use. It was a good, like, attempt to balance the game in certain ways, but adding damage just really throws a wrench in all of the balancing. As soon as you give players the ability to do that, that causes problems. One-shot blasters is basically... it's not because of the fire rate. Like, here, let's get gameplay on screen real quick so I can show. So, here's Clash Blaster. So imagine one-shot, 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 one-shot. Okay, that's how fast that goes. Here's Luna. One-shot, 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 one-shot. That's a big difference. Like, if you miss a shot with a blaster, you're in a significant amount of trouble. if you were to miss a shot with the Clash Blaster, maybe it wouldn't be. Like, imagine that you could miss a shot like that and still one-shot them on the next. That's a much different weapon than a Luna Blaster. Caper Meta Flashback, yeah. Might add a new ability because two gear brands have the same likely ability. I don't know. What would you want from a new ability? A lot of people ask me like, oh, hey, how would you balance this, or what would you want to add to the game? Like, there are maybe some kits I would like to see that I feel like there are some weapons that just have a niche that Nintendo hasn't explored, but on the whole, I care a lot more about adapting to the game as it is than I want to be the one who has to worry about what the game could be. I'm not a game designer. I don't consider myself to have a lot of expertise in that area. It's not a thought exercise that I put a lot of stock in. And I think a part of that is that I know that if I try to think of something that I would want to see in the game, and I come up with an idea that I like, I just have to sit with that idea knowing that Nintendo's not going to do it. And just be like, man, this is the game we could have, and we have this instead. And it's just going to make me sad. So, like, why bother with it? Be more reasonable to have a rapid be one shot? Oh, please no. That weapon would be overpowered instantly. A one shot from that long of a range that can also combo. I guess that wouldn't really combo. It would just kill you right away. People hit rapid directs, and that's just scary to me. I think rapid is already a very strong main weapon without needing that. Rapid is literally just held back by its kits right now. I think that there's a world where rapid can enter the meta if it gets a kit that's good enough for it. The problem is it hasn't so far, and it's already got 2 kits out, and so maybe the Rapid Pro saves it, but so far I'm not seeing it. Like, at the end of the day, I'm okay with there being weapons that are bad. Like, the Clash Blaster has a function in that it is a weapon where newer players don't have to aim as much and they can still hit stuff. Like, look at this. Look at this. I'm hitting both of those targets. And for someone who is a lower level player, who's just getting new to the game, getting into the game, or for someone who, I don't know, maybe has physical disabilities that make aiming really difficult for them, I'm cool with this being in the game. Because it's not broken. In fact, it's relatively weak. But at least it's a thing that might let someone play the game who couldn't before. I'm okay with that. I don't need this to be better to be happy with Splatoon 3. Like, I'll approach it, you know, from the perspective of a competitive player and say what I believe about it, which is that I think this is one of the worst main weapons in the game, but I also am not saying that I don't want it to exist, or that it needs to, like, fundamentally change now in order for me to be happy. Like, I'm okay with the game having low tiers, because, like, at the end of the day, it's sort of inevitable. We've had so many competitive games, and there always happens to be a pretty big distinction between the strategies and, you know, weapons, characters, whatever, that are best and the ones that are not as good. That just always happens. As long as you've got enough interesting ideas that you can make choices about, and it's not completely over-centralized and you have to pick, like, one particular option and it takes a lot of the variety and decision making out of the game. As long as it's not in that kind of a state, then I'm fine with it. Like, Smash games have a lot of low tiers. Usually it's like half the cast that is just not seen very much at all in competitive play. I think Ultimate's a little bit better than that, but, like, Melee is a game that has some pretty crappy low tiers in it. But having low tiers is fun, because then, like, if imagine what happens if you beat someone with a low tier, right? That's a story you can tell. If every weapon is, like, equally cracked, then it's like, okay, cool, you beat them with that. But if you beat someone with Kirby in Melee, you got him. You got him good. So, I don't know. I don't mind. I really don't. Like, as long as you've got a good set of things that allow you to express yourself in a variety of ways, I think it's fine. I think what's not fine is that half the weapons that people are using in the game right now are crab tanks. Like, I don't think the Vanilla Splash-O-Matic should be like something that a top level team must learn. Do you think weapons like Clash Blaster, blah blah, or other quote low skill weapons potentially give new players bad habits? Absolutely. If you're playing the Clash Blaster because you don't have to aim with it, well, eventually you're going to lose to players who have learned how to aim in this time. Same deal with blah blubber. Now, there are absolutely top level blah blubber players. Like, there are people who can play that weapon really freaking well, and who know how to aim the blobs really well, know how to position with it really well. It's not like it's a completely non-viable weapon. It's like C tier-ish. It's pretty meh, but it's not useless. And, you know, there are going to be people who push it. So, there are definitely ways that it can be played well, but any weapon can really allow you to develop bad habits if you're just not interested in learning how to do something better. If you're not trying to improve yourself all the time. H-Box the gold standard for using low tiers? Jigglypuff was never a low tier. Nobody said that Jigglypuff was a low tier. Like, people were playing Jigglypuff at top level before Hungrybox ever started playing the game. Mango, actually, I don't know how well known this is at this point, but Mango was actually one of the players who pushed Jigglypuff. Mango was the top Jigglypuff player at one point. We see in Genesis 1 Finals, Mango's playing Jigglypuff against Armada. But yeah, Jigglypuff has always been like considered a top 5 character or something like that. If you're looking for like a low tier hero, you're looking at someone like Amusa or Axe in the Melee community. What you eating, funny Squid School man? I'm eating rice and beans. Over-centralization even necessarily a bad thing if it's healthy for the game? What does it mean if it's... So, I mean, is it a bad thing if it's healthy for the game? You're asking, like, is it a bad thing if it's a good thing? Like, that question is worded weirdly to me, but like over centralization, even then the word over means too much. Like, over centralization means centralization to the point where it's a bad thing. So the question there is worded strangely, but over centralization Like, if everything becomes centralized around a single weapon, and that weapon's really fun to play and everyone likes that one weapon, then that's not a problem. The thing is, people come to this game expecting that there's going to be a variety of things that works, and when they find out that, oh, everyone's running double splash machine, some people check out of that because they don't want to play splasher machine. Now, there are other options, and like you can definitely get to a competitive level without playing those things, but I think a lot of people don't like that that's the end game. People who will probably never get to the point where that has to be the end game for them, but, well, that's on them, not me. Blah Blobber considered a low skill weapon? Blah Blobber is a weapon that I have seen allow players with relatively weak mechanical skill to reach a higher level than I would expect them to be able to reach at that level of mechanical skill. That is not to say that top level Blah Blobber play is unskilled for a couple of reasons. For one thing, top level Blah Blobber players are not going to have that lack of mechanical skill at all, and that is going to unlock a whole world of possibilities for how they can use the weapon. They can play blobs aggressively, more so than you can a lot of other like anchor or midline kind of weapons. And also, just because someone is less mechanically skilled does not mean they're worse at the game. It just means maybe they're compensating for that lack of mechanical skill by good positioning. Making the right decisions. So it may well be that the Blah Blobber players who I was looking at are actually really good at noticing the game state and responding to it in ways that people won't notice and will claim that it's a low skill weapon. But no weapon is low skill at any kind of competitive level. Like any one of the players that we looked at in the VOD review, Sayonara, Crush Soda, they could probably 1v4 most teams. Like, coordinated competitive teams. I bet the majority, at least, of coordinated competitive teams would lose to a single member of one of these teams that we were watching today. In that context, they could play whatever weapon, and they would still be pretty successful in a 4v4 environment. Think giving Clash a paint buff could make it viable? Yeah, I mean, if you press ZR and the entire map is painted immediately, then it's definitely viable. In fact, it's probably one of the best weapons in the game at that point. It just depends on the size of the painting buff. How much paint are you willing to give it? Heavily prefer crab meta to S2 or even S1's metas. I mean, S2, for the first patch or two of S2, the Tri-Slosher was like one of the only viable weapons because it outranged all of the short-range shooters and still had that really big cone of damage and didn't really have many downsides. And so the only other thing that people ran was Rapid Blasters because those were a good counter to the Tri-Slosher. And your typical comp was 3 Tri-Sloshers and a Rapid Blaster. And that was about all people ever ran. That's better than this meta by a little bit, but at this point, they've had enough time that should probably have been patched out. How could you insinuate that my top-tier dapples could instill bad habits? I mean, well-played dapples, you are not going to have any lack of mechanical skill. That is a tough weapon to play at top level. The challenge there is just going to be, are you going to get outplayed by a sloshing machine that's just holding a choke point? How do you push in against that when it's just going to hit you anyway? Smash 4 Jigglypuff? I don't know the history of Hungry Box and Smash 4. Hungry Box started in Melee, and Melee is still his main game, as my understanding has it. Like, that's the one he really cares about, and he carries Jigglypuff over into Smash 4 because there's a lot that he can carry over from what he learned in Melee to that character. And he probably couldn't do that for another character in Smash 4. there are a lot of melee players that have been dominant, like Armada, the Smash equivalent of Starburst. You could say that Ken was for his reign. You could say that Mewtwo King was for a while. You could say that PPMD was for a little bit. Lots of options. Are there Pokemon-like weapon matchups where some weapons classes consistently beat others, or is it always situational? There are some kinds of, like, counters and weaknesses and stuff like that, but there's also the Splash-O-Matic, which doesn't have very many weaknesses, that can kind of compete or play around most other things. It's not really rock, paper, scissors. It's a little more complicated than that. So, there was a rock, paper, scissors meta at one point. It was Blasters, Dualies, Brellas, where Blasters beat Brellas, Brellas beat Dualies, Dualies beat Blasters. Is any possibility Crab gets wiped in competitive game? What do you mean get wiped? Like, gets beaten by something? Or gets banned? Or I don't know what your question is. Opinion on a brush that swings 360 degrees? So you just mash the ZR button and anyone around you dies? That seems questionable, but I mean, it could be balanced by other things. It seems like something that can only be really good or really bad. What are you hoping for from League when that arrives? Exactly what we had in Splatoon 2, and enough people playing it to keep it alive. DM's open for more specific questions. Yeah, I mean, don't flood me, but I'm happy to answer a question here and there. Hungrybox is a pro Smash player. Yes, he's one of the best melee players of all time, and he's a high-level player in Ultimate. Yes, I do have a thing to do now. I'm just trying to get all the way down to the bottom of the chat so that I can say that I finished. And I just got there. What do you think about a bow that takes 5 minutes to charge but then levels the universe? That's a bit of a gambit. Cats or dogs? Both. They're both good. I want them both to exist. It's live. It's going to keep going? No, it's not, because I'm about to go and raid out. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Hello. Okay, there we go. Thank you, everybody, for watching. Appreciate all y'all's support. And we're going to go and send all of you off to another Splatoon gamer who happens to be known by a Reborn NA. Reborn's a former teammate of mine, great head on his shoulders for improvements, and very much a student of the game. And he grinds like nobody else does on just putting hours into the game and getting better at it. So let's go and say hi to Reborn. For those of you who are looking for more from me, here are links. You can go and click them, and it will be fun. You will find more things that I do and more ways to support me, and I appreciate all of the above. Thank you, everybody, and let's go say hi to Reborn. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. I don't know why there's a timer here. 3, 2. Maybe it's to give you guys time to click away and say you don't want to go. Well, I'd better raid quick then, so that we get everybody through. Aha, we go.